There you go.
All right, see? Now there's a mystery. Always some mystery. All right, now I guess we'll sit here quietly waiting for Billy to turn it up to Viking plank power.
There we go. We've achieved Viking power. Now I got to bring the modulation level back up. Hello? 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 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. There. That's okay.
Well, no, we have become accustomed to your agitation level being set for max with every transmission.
Wait, what do you mean?
I don't know. I'll figure it out and let you know.
Does this sound okay? It looks a little funny on the agitation pattern. Do you mind if I just get this to work for a second? Hello? 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 Oh man, no, that's yellowy. Yellowy, yellowy, yellowy. Alright, we'll just leave it there.
If you'd prefer not to settle, I think we can be patient and let you get it fixed up.
No, that's good. I'm just going to run it here. It's probably a little bit excessive in the audio on the carrier department, but whatever.
It sounds good down here, Billy.
On a scale of 1 to 10, though, how good?
I would go good 9.
What could I do to improve and get that last point?
FT8.
I could probably throw some FT8 out there. I'd have to switch to my 440.
More Viking power?
The Viking will only do so much power. Don't you have a Viking too, Daryl?
Oh yeah, I have 2 of them. And one for spare parts, stuff like that, if a transformer ever go down on me, or if yours ever go down on you.
Wow, that sounds like fun.
Yeah, you remember I told you I got spare parts. Well, everything's still intact. You know, it works too. It's just that it's just been laying around. Oh yeah. I might go upstairs tomorrow and put that old Viking on. Remember I had it on a couple of months ago? Remember that? You talking about, wow, the audio.
Oh yeah, I remember that. But geez, hey Clark, has your radio ever gone down on you?
Excuse me?
We're talking about our radios going down on us.
You know, I got to adjust my thinking first.
Why? You know, it's a simple question. Has your radio ever gone down on you?
I was thinking about tomorrow night. That's what's distracting me. Sorry, I'll get back to you with a legit answer in a moment.
There we go. Testing.
Oh, you're going to meet up with Socretia?
Mm-hmm.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. WA1 QIX testing. WA1.
Oh man, got some testing on the right of me, splashing on the left. Stuck in the middle with users, guys.
The other way.
When was the last time anyone heard a millennial quoting Steelers wheel?
You're 10 now, Billy. It's up on the 10 now.
Yeah, that's just the time of day. The signals are going up. Finally, kind of waited to get on the air until now. That Clark, there's like a classic rock station over here. Pretty good. I used to listen to it until like the political propaganda adverts started popping up. Now I listen to the classical station.
You went from classic rock to classical? Woo! holy genre whiplash, Batman.
I really enjoy it. It's what is it? It's RTI out of Philly. They play jazz and classical and stuff. It's very, very soothing on the drive to and from work.
You know, I suppose if you had to transition between classic rock and classical, if you listen to a playlist filled with ELO and Yes, it would probably make it a lot easier.
ELO?
Oh, absolutely. If you check out the song Mr. Blue Skies, they ended up with a full-blown, legit orchestra behind them. It's an amazing synthesis of rock and a full orchestra. I was that's one of my favorite songs.
What do you know about orchestras? I was in an orchestra for a while, for a few years. You know that we played in Alice Tully Hall at Lincoln Center? I made it to Lincoln Center, man.
Really? And what were you performing with?
I was a percussionist. What was the piece? It was Dvorak Symphony No. 9, third movement. I played timpani.
Interesting. Wow, you have a classy side to you. It's not prominent, but it's there.
I love that, man.
How about that, folks? Billy the Kid, BTK, played Dvorak. That's impressive.
Symphony No. 9 is pretty cool, man. From the New World. It's really great. The fourth movement is super exciting. Everyone knows it. It starts off, it kind of sounds like the Jaws theme, like dun 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 dun, and then the big brass section comes in. There you go. I hummed it all out for you. W2BTK.
Yeah. I mean, my lean towards Bach and Wagner, but that's good too.
Old classical movements are so much fun to play if you play instruments. Same with Glenn Miller, big band, stage bands. It was play RTW back after dinner.
My goodness, Glenn Miller in the orchestra. When I first started working in radio at the local radio station, they were doing that. Glenn Miller, Artie Shaw, all that. Holy cow. Ooh, boy, I'm getting whiplash. I'm getting memory whiplash now.
That's all good stuff. What do you mean?
Love that stuff. Darn right. Started in radio when I was 19. Was it night? Well, I started in legit radio when I was 19. I started in other category radio prior to that. But they whooped my butt into shape at 19.
Hey, 19.
Yup, Hey 19, Steely Dan. Well, that was, Steely Dan, these guys... Steely Dan, talking about a band that has an emphasis on precision. Those guys are phenomenal. Those Steely Dan and Pink Floyd, I think, are two bands that have a real hyper focus on quality.
Yeah, I remember one time we were recording, just me and my friends, and we kept arguing about which mic pre to use or something, and the one guy was like, dude, let's just play it. We're not making a effing Steely Dan record here.
There you go. He nailed it.
These days, if you can get the track without clipping, you're in good shape because you can fix everything in post.
That's not going to happen. Yeah, if you see the stuff that the record labels are sending out now, it's on a spectrum analyzer. It's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I hate that. I have to run everything through a restore heavily clipped algorithm to bring all the peaks back. And the funny thing is, and it's not funny, it's actually sad, but if you go back to the real early 2000s and late 90s when CDs were still focused on quality, you didn't see that. And then of course the label said, if we basically completely clip this and overmodulate it, so what? Digital clipping, it'll come out of everybody's earbuds that much louder. And thus began the beginning of schlock audio.
No, it's not.
Dominator and the billionaire Lord Algie brothers, they destroyed music. Yep.
It's not digital clipping. You can't clip a digital system without producing odd order harmonic distortion, which sounds yellowy. You could do it in an analog system. You get even order harmonic distortion, which can be pleasing and a little bit fuzzy and warm and all that. But the trick with digital is do not ever exceed 0 dBFS. Ever. But what they do is they truncate the waveform, like you said. They make audio sausage out of it. Every single, there's no dynamic range left. Everything is within 3 dB of 0. And that's how they do it. But you can't go over 0 on digital. Like, no.
Audio sausage. I like that. No, you're right. You can't. But if you look at the waveform, even the stuff that I get from the labels, it's just like it fills the whole spectrum. You look at it on Cool Edit, for example, or Audacity if you're using the newer version, and it's just one green, as you said, sausage. One big fat green sausage. There's no dynamic range to it. And then if you look at like older CDs, they're like 15 dB quieter, but they're totally pure. So it started out legit, and then someone just became deranged, and that became the industry standard.
Like the original, the Dark Side of the Moon CD was one of the first to be fully remastered digital with full dynamic range. I still have a copy of that kicking around here, and it's remarkable. And then if you're listening to that and a new song comes on in rotation, you have to rip the headphones off your head because of the loudness difference.
It's nice when there's like a snare drum transient and, it's actually a bit louder than everything. Like, that's cool. That's effective. If it's not loud enough, turn it up. And then stuff pops. Audio sausage sucks.
I missed the call signs because I was off eating, but the last station talking, are you the guy that did the video that talked about his fully home-rolled transmitter and modulator, the double throttle modulator design?
Yeah, that's the rig that I'm using right now. It's just, it's a commercially made transmitter from the 50s, but the whole modulator is more or less homebrew. I just bought a audio amplifier and some Antec toroids, really just like hooked all the crap up. So it's not really homebrew, but it's unconventional use of like a bunch of appliances.
Yeah, it was really cool. Just thanks for doing the YouTube, because I don't know what I'm doing at all. And the video was really interesting, actually. It explained a bunch of things. So the video was useful to somebody. KC2RGW,
Hey, no problem. I'm going to try to make some more videos and stuff. Clark calls it my hillbilly modulator. All right, good chat. See you later.
No, I'm sorry. I'm typing. I'm trying to multitask here, and I'm just not good at it.
I just didn't want to interrupt what everyone else was talking about.
Meanwhile, not to like spin people off, but if anybody's a 10-meter enthusiast, I don't know, Billy, if you're streaming on your Nervous Twitch channel or whatever, or people are listening on the web SDRs, if y'all, that's Y''ALL, are just like text, and I don't mean just text, that sounds demeaning, it's not intended like that, but if you have your tech license, hear that, and you want to cut loose, there's a guy doing 25 watts on 28400 right now. I'd bet my eye tooth, whatever the hell that is, that FT8 on 10 is kicking butt right now. Okay, N1 BCG with a little propagation update. Hear that?
I'm not going to get on 10 meters till I get my tower up. There's no pizzoink.
I think you should downgrade. Contact the FCC, send them a sincere letter, and say that the general thing isn't working out and you want to go back to tech.
Can you do that?
Well, on 10 meters.
You would be the talk of the office at the FCC if you did.
I'm going to try. Well, I want to get my extra and then, like, be like, you know what? Like, this was a mistake. Can you just downgrade me back to general?
Oh, my God. They'd be talking about you at the Christmas party.
What, do you think it would work?
I don't know. You know what? That's a great QRZ post. Has anyone voluntarily downgraded? Oh, my God. I'm so tempted.
Oh, that would be perfect. I'm thinking about it this way. You have to put in the post, too, to really fuel it.
It's like so nutty. It would make people actually think about it, which would be good. Yeah, that's right. I was an extra, and you know what? It just wasn't working out, so I'd prefer to go back to being a general.
It's not for me. There's too much room down there in the extra section, and everyone started up full things.
That's right. That's it, Chris. I don't want the temptation of going back there, so I need to downgrade so I can legitimately not go into the extra portion.
I got my extra, I learned CW, and then everyone I met just wanted to talk about technical things.
Right, so how do I get an 11-meter endorsement? Yeah, exactly. Okay, I'm hesitant to give my call after that transmission. N1 BCG.
Yeah, N1 BCG from W2 BTK. Just to, be clear. That was funny.
Yes, thank you. Now we're forever we're forever carved into the marble of history on this frequency.
I'm smiling out loud. KC2RGW.
We can hear that, Chris. You're not hiding anything.
This Viking is really kicking the llama's ass today.
No, sorry, Winamp has claimed that expression. You're going to have to come up with your own.
What's Winamp?
Winamp. It really kicks the llama's ass. See, you haven't heard of that? Yeah, you have. Don't be a smartass, millennial.
Where did they even come up with that? And what does it mean?
It means it kicks the llama's ass, which means you are orphaned with your expression. You need to come up with another one.
Well, see, like, nobody except you and me knows what the hell that expression is, so I figured I could steal it real quick.
Yeah, well, you got busted, so you're going to have to come up with another one.
It sounds like you got reverb. Yay! Now, can you hear my reverb? I should turn that crap up. Yeah, man. Is it loud enough now?
You're dropping the motor maul. You're about to get down.
Man, that guy sounds real fuzzy on the air sometimes. And he's got a real funny way of talking. Just got down.
Oh my God! So now you're quoting guys from 7200. Hold on a second. What's his call sign? He's no, I got it here. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be keyed up. I'm pulling a QIX here. Let me stay keyed up while I do this thinking here. Yeah, his call sign is VA3GFY. Here we go.
Victor America 3, Golf, Foxtrot, Yankee, capital city of Canada, top of the world.
Well, anyway, the end of that is, and I just got down, which you can't hear very well. Sorry about that.
I prefer to say, and I just got all the way brown.
Well, then it sounds like y'all need a change of shorts.
You never heard that before, Clark? Come on, I thought you were like a CB radio enthusiast.
I don't get brown. I use FedEx.
Not get brown, get all the way brown.
You want to explain that for the millions of listeners right now?
Well, you make a transmission and then you just say, I just got all the way brown, commode.
That is one of the most unwoke transmissions I've heard yet.
Well, why don't you cancel me?
No, only the FCC can do that.
Man, my foot pedal broke last night, and I had to, like, take the cover off of it and key up for, like, the last 20 minutes by, like, shorting wires together and stuff.
Such hardships.
Want to like pick up like a Gates transmitter, and then just do the I am indeed getting down, like just wipe away it up as hard as I possibly can.
What?
My.
And Clark's back in the bushes.
It's Friday night. It's Live 85. This is supposed to be like the one spot, the fun spot. Hold on a second. You know what? They're going to hate me. I swear, these chat room feed. Hey, by the way, for folks listening to 3885, do you realize that this is the most social networked frequency of all ham radio operator frequencies? There's a chat room we're supposed to be monitoring here at 37. The last post here is Eucalyptus, error 203, it whips the llama's ass. What are you talking about? Oh my God. All right, which is exactly what Gary said at 6:21. All right. Well, anyway, so go show some love, folks, to the 3885 message board posters. You got to go to K3FEF.com, the web SDR there, and you can see all the amateur radio operators who are communicating on the back channel. So it's legit.
The real back channel is my Discord. That thing bumps all day, all night. There's always somebody in there. We were doing voice chat too last night.
Discord, huh? I know what Discord means. It doesn't sound very appealing.
Oh, I should post the Discord link in the chat.
You want Discord? Go look at what went on in Seattle and what's going on in Portland, Oregon right now. That is Discord. That's old school Discord.
I have my own Discord server, man. Hold on, I'm gonna hook everybody up.
There you go. Now you know all the effects of today's youths.
So people just sit and listen and without jumping on. It's kind of odd.
Well, some folks don't actually have 80 meter capability. Some people are out of the area. Like, even if they'd had mega stations, we still wouldn't hear them. And as long as we show them some recognition, we get on and monitor the chat room from time to time, it's like they're in on the QSO.
It's more like PewDiePie now.
Poopy pie?
It's just another legit way of ham radio operators communicating to ham radio operators.
Yeah, except the FCC hates us.
No, they don't, because it's not. You got to get off that third-party traffic stuff. These guys, all right. First of all, you're in communication with us. That's number one. Number two, a lot of these guys on the message board are ham radio operators. Number three, they're not asking you to transmit this, so you're not functioning in the role of a third-party communicator. You're merely making comments about stuff you're reading online. I mean, I could go to a website and start talking about stuff I'm seeing on there. So what? This just happens to be more tied in. Now, I don't know, Billy. You're getting too worked up over this.
Speaking of getting worked up, somebody's in the chat asking, saying day after day, day after day. Ask Clark, who says that all the time on 7200.
Well, they don't have to ask me. I don't know.
Damn.
That's right. I have my limitations, and you just found one.
Well, I just go sit in the corner for 5 minutes and then, reflect on what you've done.
Absolutely not. I have lawyers on speed dial, and they're going to talk to you about that.
About what?
About your suggesting I sit in the corner.
Facing the wall.
Yeah, right. That was great in the 60s. Not anymore.
It's because everybody was like on acid and stuff, and staring at a wall was pretty entertaining.
No. When I was bad, I got sent to my room, which is great because everything that I liked was there. So it was like, I'll just act out so I can go to my room. This is great.
Go to your room, the kids spend all day in their room anyway. It's when you turn the Wi-Fi off is when that's when it gets bad.
Oh yeah, Wi-Fi in the early 70s. I don't think so.
Your mom would take your CB radio microphone away, so you couldn't listen to anything, but you just short it out with a screwdriver, and you could hear your buddies.
Actually, there's a lot of truth to what you just said. The very first real CB radio I had, which was a realistic Mini 23, oh my God. If you unplugged the microphone, there would be nothing that came out of the speaker. That was yellowfying. So I ended up buying a 5-pin DIN plug from Radio Shack, and I knew the 2 pins that had to be shorted. It was like 1 and 5. So I made a dummy plug so that even if the microphone got confiscated, which did happen, I could always plug that in and get my listening back.
Punishment, my buddy Ben, we were in like middle school and we all had CBs and we'd talk on the CB after school, and his mom would like take his mic away when he didn't clean his room or something, and he got real bummed out, couldn't hear anything. But we weren't smart enough to like short pins out and stuff like that. We were like scared. We thought we'd break it.
Wow, when Paul Simon was young, his mama took his Kodachrome away. Can hardly say it.
What?
There's laughing over that one. What's wrong with you people?
I don't understand. I'm a millennial. There's not much that I do understand. I'm basically inept.
Yep, no argument. Well, I figured Chris would at least get the Kodachrome reference.
Get 15, just because they couldn't do anything to me if I was on someone's payroll. Worked out pretty well.
Man, I owe Connor 2,500 cool points.
Wow, what did he do that's so remarkable?
I got on the air after work yesterday and I was tired and I sat down and I was like eating dinner real quick. Had already started the stream, and then he starts like firing off the cool point rewards, like go give treats to your cat and this and that. And I was like, man, I just sat down and I'm eating dinner. I was like, dude, don't make me do it. So I got to refund him because I never gave treats to the kitty. She just had her dinner,
Yeah, you did. You did it when he wasn't tuned in. So, all right, that's it. The balance sheet shows a zero balance on both accounts.
Nah, I still got to refund him 2,500 cool points.
Can you do an IOU?
No, I'd just give them back.
I don't know. I don't like refunding stuff. I should work it out in some other way.
You talking about? Whoa, Jim knows what you're talking about. Kodachrome film camera?
Yeah, Mama gonna take my Kodachrome away. Paul Simon. Anyway, yeah, that's old school. Billy, if you want to make that debt go away, maybe you can get 2,500 cool points for swinging from a chandelier at your house, wearing nothing but a leopard skin loincloth and beating your chest and singing the ham radio creed. That would certainly impress Connor.
Well, we don't all live in Greenwich Range Rover land, I personally don't have a chandelier in my house.
Well, you probably did, and you took it down. You should go back in the basement, find it, and put it back up, because the house you moved into certainly had a chandelier.
Oh, man. No, I'm lying. They do. It's not fancy, and I'm comfortable. I'm not getting up right now. Sorry.
There you go, Connor. You can kiss those 2,500 Bitcoin credit points goodbye.
Why is that Ico song stuck in my head? My grandma and your grandma sitting by the fire or whatever. Whoa.
Oh my God, I played that on the show. That's a good one.
But where did that come from? Why is it in my head?
All right, ready for some trivia? The original was done by the Dixie Cups. Yeah, how many? All right, honestly, on the Web SDR and on 3885, how many of you knew that the original Ico was performed by the Dixie Cups? Show of hands? I don't see many. All right, there's one. All right, good. Some honest people.
Whoa. Wait, what? How do I give people cool points? I still haven't figured this out, like how to pass them out, like coupons.
What, dispense cool points like Pez?
Yeah.
Who is the guy trying to start an airplane?
Whoa.
Local exchange rate between a carbon deck and a cool point.
I had to go and play the Ico Ico song because I never heard it, never heard the name of it before to see what it was.
It's a good song. It's a good song.
Classic pop song.
Yeah, my grandma said to your grandma, I'm going to set your flag on fire. What the hell are these grandmothers talking about?
Damn.
Kind of violent statements coming from these Grammys. Anyway, one BCG. Sorry, COVID outbreak. Yeah, Ed is. That's a great song. Both the original, again, Dixie Cups, and the later Bell Stars, which everyone thinks is the original. Very well produced. I like the club mix because that's just me. You know, the extended club mix of the Bell Stars version. Man, that brings back memories.
Wait, was that Paul Simon song that I'm thinking of?
Can you name one line in it?
You Can Call Me Al?
That's it. You Can Call Me Al. That's the title.
Why is that song stuck in my head?
Yeah, I don't know. You got a lot of junk floating around up there. It's like the river in New Jersey. A couple of dead fishes with no eyeballs on the surface, too, and they're surrounded by oil. So, yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of stuff floating around, I guess.
Yeah, change the dial if that's the song it's stuck on.
Clark, how come when you enter the room, like, weird music starts playing? What is that? Hold on, there's something playing in the background. It's an incidental of my transmission. But I'm not on a space station. That's not really good.
Well, that's my theme song. I'm here in my leisure suit with those, I got the lava lamp here lighting up the shack, and I'm sitting in those Sorensen architect design chairs, that look like hands that stick up from those 1960s sloped circular base chairs. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, and my burnt orange shag carpeting. It's groovy, man.
Yeah, you gotta have all the plywood Eames chairs to complete the whole decor theme. KC2RGW.
W2BTK.
N1 BCG, where all the furniture in my house came from the set of The Prisoner, starring Patrick McGowan.
That's a cool movie.
That was an amazing series. I am not a number, I'm a free man. You are number 6. Alright, I expect the chat room to be going bat crackers over this discussion.
Of course, that was sampled on The Prisoner on the Iron Maiden's album.
Chicken and eggs, mother and child reunion. Chicken and eggs. Eucalyptus, what the hell are you talking about, chicken and eggs? Gary says, well, this is a while ago. He said he was in on the queue, so. This Eucalyptus character is in a lot of this stuff. What was he saying? Sorry, Billiam, come talk to us here, too. Sasquatch is real. Oh, yeah, that's an inside job. Never mind.
Yeah, who's that Sasquatch is real guy?
Some guy with big feet but tiny hands, so now you really don't know what to think.
Probably got large boots and small gloves.
Exactly.
But how's the wiener?
Oscar Mayer.
Oh man, Oscar Mayer. I'm a Nathan's kind of dude.
Well, you should have been there. Isn't it interesting that the woman who won the Nathan's hot dog eating contest down there at Coney Island this summer, again, she's like tiny, and you look at her and she looks totally normal. She's actually really hot, and she's very finely proportioned. And yet, this is the same woman who manages to win, is the undisputed female winner of the Nathan's hot dog eating contest at Coney Island every summer. It's like, what's up with that?
I thought it was a German Shepherd. You remember Mushmouth Mariano Pichetti?
No.
Okay, never mind.
Although, my guess is if the Murph Man, my miniature pincher, entered into a hot dog eating contest, nobody would stand a chance up against him.
Ooh, I forgot I have a net. I'll be back. Casey George,
Okay. Good luck. 7 o'clock. They're probably sitting there waiting for you.
I got cold pizza. It's marvelous. You know, there's just something about cold pizza. Like I'll order a pizza and not eat it just so I could eat it cold the next day.
There is no chance in hell that I could have a pizza arrive and not plow into it. You'd have to have willpower cast in iron in order to do that. Or I'd have to order 2 large pies, and there's no way I'm going to down both of them by myself. So I make the most of one of them, and then everything else goes in the freezer or the refrigerator. That would work, but I just can't get my head around doing something like that.
Well, that's what I did last night. I ordered an extra large cheese pizza, and I didn't even touch it because I got like a huge order of cheese garlic bread and a big bag of garlic knots, and I just ate all that stuff. I mean, I ate dinner first before I ordered all this stuff, and then I ate the garlic knots and the garlic bread with cheese and all that, and the pizza was just like, you know, for today, the next day.
Okay, I could see that. All right. That actually does work. That mathematically works out. So now, if you had, hopefully you did a Cabernet or Merlot with those garlic knots, but that actually sounds like a dream horrible dinner, which is kind of how it works. You know, you gotta have terrible nutritional quality, but it's oh so good. I dated a girl for years. Her favorite food was wedding cake, and I thought for a long time that was just like a subliminal message. But no, she's serious. It's like when I got her birthday cakes, she would find out and she would say, if you're going to get me a birthday cake, and I'm not saying that you actually remembered my birthday coming up on October 10. Oh, no, I'm sorry, 19. Oops. If you're going to get me a birthday cake, you know how much I like wedding cakes. So I'd have to actually go to the bakers and say, I want a wedding cake. And they'd be like, oh, what do you want written on it? I'm like, no, actually, I want happy birthday written on it. And you can pick the bride and groom things off the top because I don't need that. And then they get all uppity. They're like, what kind of wedding cake is that? I said, it's not. It's a birthday cake. And they'd say, oh, well, then you want one of these. I'm like, no, you don't understand. Yeah, it has to be a wedding cake, but you can get rid of the little bride and groom things on the top, and then just write some kind of birthday message on there. Yeah, it was complex.
Yeah, you know, birthday cake has a different meaning now. It's gross.
We'll let it go.
I blame popular music.
I blame my cousins. They, for their birth, not my, well, yeah, actually for mine, because I always have my birthday party over at their house, or over at my older of the two cousins' house. And because they grew up, since as far back as they can remember, in Long Island and Seaford, they had, Fudgy the Whale, Carvel, birthday cakes. I don't get that. Ice cream cake for your birthday? Well, all right. In Seaford, Long Island, I'll let you do that. So me, I'm like a triple, double Dutch chocolate, multi-layered, death by chocolate birthday cake kind of guy. You serve me one of those things? Ooh, total ecstasy. I don't need gifts. The cake is the gift. But these guys, they want for each of their birthdays, and then for mine, because mine's, as I said, is at their place, Fudgy the Whale. And, it's like, what's up with this Fudgy? And but it's a family tradition. Well, no, their family tradition. So I call it Fudge Pack the Whale, the only gender-confused ice cream cake you would.
Man, you had to go there. That's okay. That's typical. That's Clark. That's why we like Clark. Have you ever had a cup of dirt cake, or like the cup of dirt dessert? It's basically like put a bunch of pudding in a cup, and then you cover, like, maybe, I don't know, half to 3/4 chocolate pudding, and then you cover the last quarter with, like Oreo crumbs or something like that, cookie crumbs, and you put like gummy worms in there, and they call it a cup of dirt. You can make a whole cake like that.
Gummy worms? Everything made sense until you got to the gummy worms part.
It's because it's a cup of dirt. There's got to be worms in it.
Okay. It seems necessary, I guess.
Yeah, seems necessary. Kind of like this frequency.
I've got a kick-ass milkshake recipe. So my milkshakes are several different kinds of ice cream. So you start with like chocolate ice cream, and then like Rocky Road ice cream, which is, chocolate and then other stuff. And then you've got chocolate chip ice cream, and then there's like chocolate chip brownie ice cream. It's got like the brownie stuff in it. So you stuff all that in the blender, and then you put like a kind of just a dash of milk, just so you could say you did it. And then you dump chocolate sprinkles in there, and then you take some Hershey's chocolate syrup and coat the top of it, put like an inch layer on there. And then you take some brownies and you crumble them. This is something else, huh? Like 10,000 calories per bite. And then you crumple up some brownies on top of that. And then if you can possibly get the lid on the blender, you put that on top. And then you press the liquefy button and you let that thing grind away for a bit. Wow! What comes out of that is total liquid orgasm.
Liquid orgasm. On that note, I gotta make water. That's, from what I hear, 1/8 of an orgasm. So it's gonna be a great time. I'll be right back. Keep talking.
Listen, I'm the Anthony Bourdain of milkshakes here. I speak from personal experience. All right. I actually chased the millennial off frequency. That's amazing. What kind of an accomplishment is that? All right, so let's review the message board. Which has not been updated, by the way, in 9 minutes. The last post was from Eucalyptus. Look it up, Paul Simon. Really? We're stuck on that? Hey, Gary, you didn't say that signals are fading. I'm going away. So, anyway, I expect all kinds of response. All right, so who's left on 3885? It's Friday. It's after 7 o'clock. There's, it's Live 85. There's supposed to be all kinds of fun and excitement on this. Oh, wait a minute. Let's go to their phones. Oh, it's an email from the first selectman of the town. Never mind. Not interesting.
Jeez, what happened?
Very Weak sent me a video. It's like half an hour ago. He says, don't knock it till you try it. So some kind of YouTube video. What is this? As it opens up on my remarkably slow bandwidth here, loading. If it takes more than another couple of... Oh, here it is. What's the title of this? HD, all your base are belong to us. What the hell?
You never seen all your base are belong to us? That's like the original internet meme.
Yeah. This was posted on October 3, 2016. It can't be that original.
It's from way before that.
Cats, how are you, gentlemen? Why would cats ask a question, but the sentence ends with exclamation points and not question marks? What's up with that? Wow, that just shows you amateurishness.
Because, Japanese video game. How are you, gentlemen? All your base are belong to us.
Well, the first streaming audio station I ever heard on the internet back in 1996, I don't know, maybe it was 94, was HK Radio, which is actually, you'd think it was Hong Kong radio, but it was not. HK Radio was emanating from a lawyer's office. How the hell? In California. And when you clicked on the live stream, it would open up, oh man, what was that early audio player? I can't think of it. Anyway, it was really crackly and horrible sounding, but still it was interesting. And the first thing you'd hear is this distorted, low fidelity voice go, how did you get here? And then it would play this sort of like weird science fiction music, and then it would go into something more normal. But that riveted me. HK Radio. And I thought, you know what? This internet audio streaming stuff is like the bomb. This is going to be a big deal someday. 1994, folks. I was there.
Someone set us up the bomb.
So, Bill, do you have your Nervous Twitch channel going tonight, or what?
Yeah. I've had it going for the past, let's see, 54 minutes and 27 seconds.
And?
It's up. I'm live streaming 3885. There's 10 people watching.
All right, hello to Billy's fans out there, his fan gate. So what's going on, party people? Friday night, or maybe it's Friday afternoon, wherever you are. Who knows? What's up?
They're chanting Clark. That's what's up. They have been too. I don't even bring it to your attention anymore because it doesn't get much of a reaction. And someone says Clark fans too. So they're Clark fans.
Right. Well, they, instead of this kind of like, zombie-esque Clark chant, they should be like participating, asking questions, having you do stuff, spending their credit points, or, just like do something.
They did. They were asking all kinds of questions to you, and they just wanted to ask you the other night, and you got all like weird about it. Like, oh, don't ask me questions, ask Bill questions.
No, it's because they, sorry, there's just a riot going on in the background here. Oh, boy, by remote control I get nailed.
Wow, look at this. Clark 2020, a Grundig with magic eye tubes for every household.
Hell yeah.
They're going to vote for you, Clark.
That's right. Vote Clark.
Clark, for president of the ARRL, which he may or may not already be, like, in the shadow government of ham radio.
That is so exclusive. I'd bet if I sent in my resume to be CEO, they'd say no.
Just make sure that you put Aeronautical Mobile like 4 times, 14.
Now, I frankly, I don't think there's anything that I could put there that would impress them. It's just, their bar is too high.
Pretend you're like 20 or 30 years older than you actually are, and that you don't like all these newcomers in the hobby, and you want to go back to the way things were.
That's right. I can be Dave Sumner. I can be all about CW, and every other mode doesn't exist. It's funny, Dave Sumner, it's like he's so polarizing. Not that it's his fault, he was just being him, but it's like half the people hate him, half the people love him. No one just thinks, oh, it's just Dave Sumner. They either completely hate the guy, or they think he was the best thing that's ever happened to the ARL. It's actually really kind of fascinating. It's just like there's no middle ground. I haven't researched why, but I'm just pointing out what I've seen.
And no code hams clogging up the airwaves.
Well, I really like Tom Gallagher, the CEO back in 2016, 4 years ago. I thought he was a good guy. He left. And then Howard Mickle, who succeeded him, I didn't really know him that well. I sent him one email, and he completely agreed with it, which I thought was either bad judgment on his part, or he just thought I was more, smart than I actually am. But that was nice. But now they've got a search going on for a new CEO. So we're all waiting with bated breath to see what the new dude, well, maybe dudette, who knows, will be like. But whatever, this he or she will have to be a very effective interface between the directors and the organization itself. From what I've read about it, the CEO of the ARL, their job, their meaning he or she, is really someone who needs to literally be the interface between what the board of directors want and managing expectations, and then making it happen with the resources that he or she, boy, that gets tiring to say, has access to. So we'll see, which is a very easy out. N1 BCG.
K4BBN wants to know if you remember a late night TV show from Herb Jebko.
You know, the name is familiar, but I'm going to go with no. I'm not going to just say, oh, yeah, absolutely, and kind of like fake, like I'm so smart. I've heard of it, but I'm going to say no.
Man, that's twice tonight, man.
Yeah, I should just sign now and cut my losses.
They're chanting Clark. Again. KLARQ.
Good taste in audio. No, they're not. Or you're putting them up to it, because no normal fandom of your channel is going to do that.
They really are.
Nope. Well, have them participate. So what? So Clark, big deal. Have them either ask questions or, be active or go protest on a highway or something. I don't know.
They just want to listen to you on 3885, Clark.
Yeah. They're on your channel, so I think you need to get control of your fans back and do something interesting that they'll like.
Well, that's basically get on the air and talk to you. So, well,
Right. Who's on 3885 and not Billy or me? There's got to be somebody else.
Yeah, I checked in like a few minutes ago, I think. KC2, CWM, just messing around here. Oh, man, I got low gain today. I don't know. Too much humidity in the room. So I went to the D104 just for kicks and been listening and messing around at the same time. Happy Day Friday to all.
Do you suffer from low gain? Well, the new 3885 metabolic pill is for you. Side effects can include early discharge, sudden death, or leprosy. Ask your doctor if it's right for you.
Who's that in the background underneath Clark?
Well, KB1
KB1 something, a little low, like off frequency, but like more off frequency than me. Because like I almost can't say anything, but since you're farther off frequency than I am, I guess I can't. And it doesn't matter. The signal's a little low. I got the KB1 part. That's about it. What was it? Come with monkeys?
Yeah, come with money. You changed it around. Geez, you give the guy 24 hours and the next day, man, he's got everything discombobulated. Yeah, good evening.
How you doing? Yeah, we're playing Stump Clark on 85 Live.
Yeah, I'm still doing about 85, yeah. But I ain't stumping nobody with this old bucket of bolts, man. I tell you, big pile of it. But yeah, no, I came home and I lost my gain on my regular audio system. I'm like, why is it so low? So I got frustrated and I threw the D104 on there, and so I got a little bit of gain. I don't know if it's the radio or maybe my microphonium don't like humbidity.
Humidity sucks. I left my TS440 unplugged for 4 days, and I just had like dots on the screen for, I think it took 4 hours before it locked.
Oh yeah, we spoke about this whole scenario once. Yeah, well, you know what? I bet you if it was wintertime and dry, you probably would have taken half the time, or maybe you have not done it at all.
From what I remember using it last winter, I was able to shut it off and turn it on and use it like right away. So you're probably right. I've got fans pushing air past it like 24/7 to try to like keep humidity from settling, but I guess it doesn't work.
the gremlins. This is like the gremlin time. Yeah, well, it's electricity and a little bit of moisture and oxidization, and it just adds to the, when it's humid, it adds to the situation, I think. That's from my experience anyway, but what do I know? Maybe it's because I'm a smoker, so maybe that's maybe that's the friggin' problem. There's like a little bit of film on all my contacts, on everything.
Hey, switch to vape. Clark, how do you deal with moisture?
With, what are those things called? Those desiccant crystals.
Ooh, I got some. There was like one of those battery backup, what the hell do you call them, for some, like IDF room in this college, and it came with these giant desiccant packs. I've got a couple of those things. Maybe I should throw one back there.
Well, depending upon where your moisture problems are, there's always baby powder.
Last, anyway. Or do you put them in the microwave to dry them back out and then use it again? Yeah, I don't think they last all that long.
Is that a Gold Bond medicated powder? I think I just gotta close the lid on the turlet.
Only if you're dating.
Yeah, no, that lid stays up, unless I gotta go boom boom.
I didn't want to, all this talking I did, not a whole lot, but is this audio too high? I can turn it down, I'm not sure.
Turn it up as high as it goes.
Well, we were talking about that too. What was that? Oh, the guitar amps. All right, we can do that. I know Billy likes that, but the guitar amps, that's a whole different thing, man. That's some preamp distortion in the guitar amp, and then you got they use cheap audio transformers, so you get so you get gives it some sort of tone quality, a little sustain, a little attack. Yeah. But anyway. Yeah, I don't know if you're kidding, but I'm going to turn that down a little bit. Okay, that should be good.
That Jimmy Page always requested an RCA broadcast limiter when he was in the studio because he was a fan of asymmetrical clipping.
Well, I think you can do that with a good mismatched set of tunes. Well, but but that's a different clipping. But anyway, I hear you.
Oh, we better change the subject. Clark's he's gonna get all bored and go like shop for nail polish or something.
Hairspray.
I had to buy nail polish, clear nail polish. I went to the CVS and I was like I didn't know what the hell I was looking at, and I had to get the chick to help me. She's like, "You need nail polish?" I was like, "Yeah, clear nail polish," because I was making an inductor and I wanted to coat it with the nail polish to keep the windings from moving and stuff. But she totally thought I was, a little skippy or something. I didn't care. I was just like, yeah, whatever, biatch. Just help me find nail polish. I don't know what I'm looking at. Can you believe that? Clark's probably already off to the store to go buy his lollipops and pretzels and crap. Yeah, we like dead air.
I just had to go to the refrigerator, get another cold beer, then the phone rang. Of course, it's a robocall or something. Why don't people just leave a message? You know, if it's somebody I actually know. But I get so many of them calls, man. It drives me nuts.
I get a lot of junk calls, not as many as Clark, but I do get an awful lot of them. And my trick is to pick up the phone and put it on speaker and then hit the mute button immediately after picking up so that I don't transmit any audio at all. And then I just, like, let the call run its course, you know, and give them nothing but silence.
Well, he could just pick a sergeant's desk or something, anything. And then all of a sudden, either they hang up or pretty much that's what happens.
I heard Clark key up, but maybe it was somebody else with like identical little relay slap.
He stomped all over me.
He's probably trying to hack a repeater with DTMF tones or something. But who knows what the hell he's doing? And he left without saying his call sign, so he has to come back within 10 minutes and identify, or else he's completely in violation of Part 97 rules.
I don't know. They're all chasing COVID-19. They ain't worried about this, no?
Well, W2BTK. See, now I can leave and it's fine.
At least for 10 minutes, right? JC2, CWM. I don't know when we did that last, but it wasn't that long, so I'm good.
Well, I'm gonna go clean out my wine glass, I suppose. I drank an awful lot of wine last night.
Yeah, it makes it fun to get up in the morning. Sometimes. I hear you.
I wasn't like hungover or anything. It was just really tired. It was a really long day. I did like 10-hour work day, and then I came home and pretty much immediately fired up the live stream, did 5-hour stream, and drank wine the whole time.
Well, let's see. I did my normal 7 hours, and then I came home and I didn't go to the shop, so I saved some time. I got home earlier, and then I sharpened the chain on my chainsaw, which takes quite a while, actually.
I gotta get a good chainsaw over here. I get some branches that I need to take care of.
Yeah, I always have to have one. I feel naked without one. I actually have 3, but This one the most. And it runs so good. It's a little cooling, you know. And then the other one is the Sears Craftsman. The other one is our old thing, which isn't running right now, but I'm sure I can get it to run. I had it running at some point, but the thing is old as the hills. Too loud. God, this thing, it's way too loud. But it works. Well, used to. And the reason for that is because I got so, you know, I got a lot of trees, and I definitely lose branches now and then, and I still need to take, I've been slowly kind of whittling at them, but there's at least two right now, and it should come down, well, one of these days. And then I burn it. The old, you know, I got like a wood burning insert in my fireplace, so it works great. I do hear 75. I think that's got to be what I hear. A little bit of splatter. And tomorrow, hopefully it's a good day. I'm going to get out on the burp. I didn't use it last weekend, so you gotta use them.
They tell you should change that shoe.
All right, I got my clean wine glass now. Yeah, Clark's gone. He dipped out. He probably decided that it was boring, and that's that.
Yeah, I'm sure he got a phone call or just maybe it's me. Oh, maybe the guy's a Looney Tune. You don't want. He went and he spun the dial. But whatever. Yeah, it is 75. I see there. I just quickly went down there and checked. And no, I was gonna say, I hope you didn't bump your head on the fireplace. You gotta go around the corner slowly. I watched you streaming one time. I said, oh, look at that fireplace. I happened to notice it. I was like, man, the way he runs around, I said, he's gonna hit his head or stub his toe on the hearth or something.
That fireplace is pretty cool. It's a nice little backdrop for my radio operating feed.
Yes, it is. Yep, that's why I mentioned it. I happen to notice that. Go out because I'm a Mason. So, some people have them covered with cold stone. There's so many options. Tile, modern. And I still got a 1942 face on there. And then my wife says, I'm sick of that. So she did a, what they call whitewash over the brick. And I said, I don't care. Do what you want. I don't care. I didn't want to change it, I could put coat of stone on it, but I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. She likes it. So whatever. Whatever makes her happy.
Whitewash. Are you allowed to say that anymore?
Oh, I never thought it. Maybe not. No, well, that's what. Well, I don't think they would be offended by that. They'd be like, yeah, we want to whitewash all the white boys out there.
Yeah, this is the unwoke net.
Oh yeah, because Clark is super woke.
I'm uber woke.
And why isn't your call sign W0KE? Huh?
Because it's already taken. I would have applied for it if it was available.
Well, why don't you get a cool call sign like W0RLD?
Yeah. Yeah.
I enjoyed my old call sign K2FML, like F my life, because, you know, it was funny, but only to, like, youngsters. Nobody got it.
No, anyone over 18 would not have gotten it.
Yeah, so it's definitely the wrong thing to do on ham radio because everybody's old.
Right, like talking about CB, that's another no-no.
Yeah, you know, oh, dude, there was a post somebody shared with me on the AM Facebook. AM Facebook sucks, by the way, but somebody sent me a thing, they were talking about us. It's like, yeah, like, I can't believe these guys who, like, fire up and talk on an established net frequency. Can you believe that?
I think you, number one, give it way too much thought, and number two, give it way too much exposure.
AM Facebook sucks.
Who cares? You need to let that go.
Nope, AM Facebook sucks. What else do I need to do, Clark, since you're telling me what to do?
Go pay some mind to your minions on Twitch.
They're saying AM Lame Book sucks. Where'd you go anyway? I mean, and you still haven't ID'd. You're way over 10 minutes.
Yan 1 BCG, I'll be right back.
Well, where are you going?
Sounded like he was in the kitchen.
Probably had to go to the bathroom. Heat up some beefaroni.
Oh, it's a good, nice, calm night. It's not too windy here, but it is warming up. We're supposed to be in a super heat wave in the next couple days, I guess.
Man, my back hurts. It's like I have to wear all this safety gear at work and like these harnesses and stuff, and they just pull on you like all day because they make you wear those like retractable yo-yo things, and it just like pulls on your back all day. It sucks.
Now you know what it's like to be a marionette.
Yeah, I've been there, done that. I understand how. You know what's really crazy about them things? If you don't have the retractable and you got your lanyard hooked to your front hook on the harness, and you go and kneel down and you're doing something, and when you go to get up, your foot is on the lanyard, so now you get up so far and your leg is locked, and you almost like fall over. Well, you could fall. I hate them things. They just drive me nuts, but hey, you got to do it.
I know. It's pretty lame. It's actually unsafe. It really limits your mobility. And not to mention, in a scissor lift, there's fall protection already, i.e. a railing. So, like, having double fall protection, just, I don't know. My back really, really hurts right now because of the safety gear. Like, that sucks.
Yeah, that safety. Yeah, like. I know. I don't understand why they do that with the scissor lifts. And, you know, with in the malls here, 4 foot, some of the malls, 4 foot on a ladder, you got to be, anything above that you should be tied off. Our room is, I think, 6 here in my area for regular jobs. But some of the malls are 4 feet. I'm like, what are they out of their friggin' mind? I just think it's, that's why I hate the trades. When I started, there was like, you know, shit, you went to work with shorts on, you know. Things have really changed.
Well, I know exactly why they do it. It's because they get money off, like, insurance. Like, if they can say that like everybody has to tie off with a lanyard inside the lift, like they'll give them a break on insurance.
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely. It's involved with money. And if they have a good record, too. So the same company has the same insurance company, and they, okay, in 3 years, you only had like one accident, or, so they keep track of that. In fact, my boss, I can't tell you how many times he's changed insurance. Oh, my God, because he's got a huge company, but, yep, I hear you.
Yep, so I get to go home with back pain so they can save a couple bucks. It's great.
Sometimes I get in situations where, I get caught by the safety guy, and they, 2 or 3 or 4 times, and you're being a real ass about it, they'll kick you off. But, typically, you could get away with it, The problem is there's multiple safety guys, and you know what I'm saying. There'll be the GC safety guy, and then maybe there'll be on New York State. Don't forget about it. The DOB come on the job. Now that's a whole. So you got like 3 different safety inspectors typically on a job from different companies. So yeah, it gets a pain in the neck.
It sure is. But, what are you going to do?
You got a long way to go. 5 years, I'm done. I'm hoping. I think that's how it's going to work out. But, yeah. And, oh, boy. You just go with the flow. That's all you can do. Did you do your, sexual harassment class? Did you have to do that?
Oh, yeah. They call it sensitivity training.
Now that one really cracks me up because, the only time I ever see a woman on a job is usually in either a laborer or electrician. Never seen any other trades really using a woman, and those are the 2 but, I don't even, it's no one's the expert. No one's actually the expert, so I'm just going to put it off until somebody asks for it and say, look at me, I don't have it, so, and I'm not harassing nobody, leave me alone.
Yeah, our sensitivity training, they had some lawyer come in and talk to all of us, and basically the gist of it was like, listen, if you're a white male, don't make eye contact with anybody, don't say anything to anybody, because like those people who aren't white males have like superior firepower in the courtroom, and if they decide that you've offended them or said something out of line, like they can just take you to the cleaners. And like literally that was the gist of it.
Yeah, well, for the most part, the women I do meet on jobs, sometimes we even use them, because actually if we have a huge job, I think you're required to have at least one female, per number of employees or something. So my boss has to use, on the big ones, a woman. Yeah, but typically they're all right. They do what they can do. In fact, some of them are very nice, totally normal people. And, they joke around and everything. So I never really had a problem.
The HVAC guys on the one job, they were geniuses, man. They had this chick working with them, and she was like tiny little girl and, pretty young. So whenever they had anything that was like large that they had to go get, like a 12-foot ladder or something heavy, they would send her to go get it every time, like by herself, right? And then she would go and like lift it up and be like, oh, like, this is so hard. Dude, 10 guys from like other trades would swarm on her, be like, oh, let me help you with that. And they just get all the other trades to carry their crap for them with this chick. It was brilliant.
I never thought about that. That's pretty good. Yeah. that is funny. Yep.
Well, Clark's gone. No surprise there. It's leaving us to fend for ourselves. Everybody in the chat room is all sad now. So, yeah. Good job, Clark.
You're doing a great job.
That's what he says when he thinks that what we're talking about is boring, and he's probably not going to come back. I know your game.
I'm trying to fit a microphone element into a piece of foam here to mount in a microphone enclosure, so I'm all busy doing big important stuff.
Yeah, prime time on 85. Who gives a crap, you know? Well, let's go do something else.
Yeah, basically. No, you guys are doing a fine job.
Ladies' night.
Someone thinks you're an alien, Clark, in the chat here.
Well, now, what are they saying? I'm from another planet? Those three green guys, the guys who hypnotized me with the blue ray, they're from another planet, not me.
Oh. What's that fella's name again? I forget. It's been so long. You don't really do the voices anymore.
Jeremiah Whalen.
Old Jeremiah.
Yes, sir.
What's that noise? Hey, Clark.
Okay, I'm all the way back at the microphone, yes?
What's my signal level?
I don't know. You're like minus 40.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all. What about in S units?
Oh, I don't know. I don't do that anymore.
You're like minus 60 here. But, you know, that's not calibrated by any standard.
I haven't checked the web SDR in a long time, so I'm sure there's a bunch of frustrated participants there.
Well, you just peaked up to minus 32. How did you do that?
I think I must have slipped back into day pattern and day power. Sorry about that, folks. I'm sure there's a station on 3885 in Waukegan, Wisconsin, which is upset with me.
Anyway, like I said, boat 20 over on my 930.
Yeah. The Viking 2 is really kicking the llama's ass today, like I said.
Well, not mine. My Viking 1 is number one piece of junk.
Well, I've got 6146s for finals. I don't think yours has those, does it?
Oh, no. That's the major difference. This is supposed to be 4D32, but I got 829B in me.
You should stick a 4400 in there.
That would be like Chinese to me. That's not. It's easy. It's well enough to leave this alone.
I made a little progress with my solid state amp, so that might be working pretty soon.
I like the amp you have.
Clark, the chat wants to know why you don't do S units anymore.
Because I'm experimenting with alternate microphones. Hello, radio. Hey, this sounds fine business.
Now you sound just like me.
Yeah, it sounds great there, breaker.
Oh, is this in phase? There you go. Hey, this microphone's in phase now. Yeah. Oh, I'm trying to hold the contacts just so carefully. BCG. Gotta get down there while I got the contacts.
Take the foam off of it.
Okay, you know what's really funny? Hello, radio. Hey. You know what I'm talking into right now? Sounds pretty good, doesn't it? I'm talking into a loudspeaker. See that? You don't even need a microphone. You can sound this good by talking into a loudspeaker.
Sounds like Frank.
That was actually going to be my first guess, if you're using a speaker backwards. Kind of sounds like it, but, you know, a transducer is a transducer. It doesn't matter which way you go.
Meltdown.
Well, thanks for that great transmission. We used to do that for kick drums. We'd take, like, you know, an 8 or 10 inch woofer and use it as a microphone.
Okay. Hello. Yay. Ooh, look at that bottom end. I've got big butt now. You know that? If I mess around with if I hold the frame of the speaker. Hi everybody. It's N1 BCG. I think I'm going to, if I talk into the back of the mic. Actually, that sounds better. Yeah, that was me touching it.
I don't know, you gotta do something about the frequency response. How close are you getting to that thing? I'd back way off it and gain it up.
Okay. Actually, you're right. Look at that. Billy is actually right. We gotta give him some millennial cred. Now I'm talking back from it. Actually, it sounds pretty good. You know what? I wonder if there's, hold on a second, if I cut my hand like this. How about that? I am now talking into a microphonium. I mean, not at all. I'm talking into a loudspeaker, and it actually sounds pretty good. I think this is going to be like the new rage in microphones, loudspeakers. And just think they could double as loudspeakers.
Yeah. Do you have an EQ in there? Pull out a whole bunch of 400.
Yeah, right. I have one capacitor and 2 resistors, and that's my entire EQ. Oh, wait a minute. There's one more thing I can do. Hold on. Can I, no, it doesn't work. I have to, I got to experiment with this, but I'm actually, I should do this. I think I should do this from now on. Oh, wait a minute. Here, if I cut my hand, if I make a baffle, this just goes to show you that 9/10, here we go, 9/10 of the sound you get from a microphone is the casing, not even the transducer. I think I just proved it. Yeah, see that? Sounds great. I should leave it like this.
Yeah, it doesn't sound that bad once you backed off it and you lost all the proximity effect. It sounded pretty decent. There's definitely still like some low mid resonance in there. You probably scoop out with an EQ and then it'd sound good. Other than the the handling noise, that's not bad. God, that is so much splash. Like, why is that necessary?
And a taser.
Whoops. You want to hear something amazing? Here's a microphone that has a hole in the side of it. And this is without the hole blocked. And if I put my finger over the hole, listen to that. And now the hole is blocked. And now if I take my finger slowly off that, it actually sounds really good. And now my finger is completely off it. And it sounds like hell again. But if I... this is just not working. But what I was trying to say is if I start to block the hole on the side of the microphone, the dynamics come in. Listen to that. This actually sounds kind of reasonable.
Hey Clark, how do you get away with running a solid state transmitter that's not splashy?
Okay. I think we just went up by a couple $100 in microphoniums. I'm sorry. What was the question again? Here's a microphone element in a professionally designed holder. You probably guessed that. All right. Well, fine then. Entertain yourselves.
It's called technical competence.
Sorry, Clark. I'm just making some adjustments to my transmitter over here so that, I don't know, I just felt like doing some, stuff with this thing.
Boy, you are spitty sounding. Anyway, good evening, Brett. Good evening, everybody else. N1BCG.
Hello there.
You think this thing sounds spitty?
No, the thing that I was using. The thing that I was using sounded kind of spitty. Oh my goodness. I got papers dropping here. This ham shack is a mess. This is a disaster here.
Yeah, well, hey, bandwidth limiting is for sissies.
Wow, you and K5UJ were two peas in a pod with that thought.
Dude, I can run my transmitter any way that I want. Look at that right there. Super S's and T's. Because that's good to do on a crowded band.
Yeah, but it's not pushed out to 100% all the way out.
Well, let's see if I can fix that. How's that doing right there? I jacked, just play with some EQ here. How's that sound anyway? I bet it doesn't even sound that good, but it's the way that I choose to run my transmitter tonight.
AM is supposed to be wide. That's what I was told.
Does it sound really bad? I mean, I kind of like whack things out over here. How do the S's and T's sound? Are they yellowy?
No, it sounds fine. It depends on the filter width that you're receiving, and now all you got to do is add another maybe 3 times the carrier power.
Nah, I don't do stuff like that, but I like to play with my audio sometimes.
Yeah, I can do that too. This rig's screen modulated. Check this out.
It was spread out pretty even.
Wow, that's a lot of S sound.
Yeah. And how low can you go?
Ooh, hold on, let me try that.
Not quite.
Like a bongo, a little bit.
Hold on.
Now, if you have a mod transformer, that's not advisable.
I do have a mod transformer. I actually have 2 mod transformers. They're in series. It's hooked up all funny, but I could do that all day. They don't really care that much. It's not like an old crusty mod transformer. It's like one of them newfangled toroidal jobs.
Yeah, I know what you run, so other than that, I don't know what you're capable of. But, you know, that's, if you have a modulation transformer, you do like 10 hertz with 100% modulation, that's really rough on the old school stuff.
Yeah, well, I don't have old school stuff as far as modulation transformers. I've just got some newfangled contraptions going on.
Speaking of newfangled contraptions, I got my little handheld SDR from China today. And in it, you sound marvelous.
Hey, thanks, Brett. Hey, Clark, what happened? Where are you?
Man, you gotta be a little more self-sufficient here. I was in the other room looking for an XLR cable, so meaning a cable with an XLR connector on it. So I'm back now, but again, you know, we got to focus on self-sufficiency here.
What does XLR stand for? Extra large?
You know, yeah.
No, you know what? I don't even know. Hey, how's that reverb doing? There you go.
You sound like you're on the can.
Is it a little much?
It's as over the top as we've come to expect you to be.
Woo!
You can announce today's lucky winner.
You need a Roger beep. Beep!
You know, I thought about that. It seems like something I could do pretty easy.
I like the Browning ping better.
Sound like mine.
Billy, if you get a Roger beep, everybody's going to want a Roger beep. WL7B.
I got, I could probably do it pretty easily. But I don't know. Hey, is my hum gone? Looks pretty non-hummy, although maybe I should just... Oh no, we're humming. Look at that, that's good.
Yeah, I heard
you're humming.
on the Twix. But I got so much stuff running in here, I can't even
There you go, that's in phase.
I'm gonna see how much... Oh yeah, look at that. That's gonna be real good. This is great time to jack around with my audio settings. I feel, I'm just doing some experiments tonight. Do I sound like worse than usual? All right, good.
That's not bad. I don't know. No worse than the weakest station in the nation.
I heard a comment from the L7B peanut gallery.
Yes, Clark. Did you happen to catch that nice video that Bert made of your old Ranger?
Yeah, the one that he made $200 off of. The guy gets to use it for 5 years and sells it for what was it, $200 more than I sold it to him for. That's just amazing. That's called good marketing.
Inflation. They call you a legend.
That was, he called me that because he wanted to jack up the sales price. Now, he said something like, oh, this Ranger used to belong to that loser N1 BCG. No one would buy it. So if he says something like, oh, it belonged to Clark, N1 BCG, that god of all media, particularly ham radio, then people are going to go, wow, let the bill slide out of my pocket. I'll pay top dollar for that thing. So that's called shrewd marketing.
He actually called you a rock star, Clark, is what he did in that post there on kHz. He literally called you a rock star.
Yeah,
right, whatever it takes to sell.
I call him a rock star, too.
But it's kind of true. I mean, as far as if you could be a rock star on the radio, you're there. You've done it. You're a rock star, Clark.
Right. Now I'm expecting a star embedded in the pavement outside the ARL in Newington, and where are the groupies? Where are the groupies, like, shedding their clothes when I get up on stage? I'm missing all the key elements of being a rock star.
Quick, everyone throw your panties on the stage.
All right, first YL to put their bra in my hand here will win tickets to the live performance of N1 PCG. Yeah, see? No response. That's what I'm saying. This rock star stuff on ham radio doesn't work.
No, that's because there's not really any women on ham radio. Just like once every 2 weeks, there'll be women on ham radio.
Or get on the rainbow net.
We could shoot T-shirts into the crowd at Nearfest with someone's line launcher.
By the way, YLs, before you start in with that "he's such a pig" thing, that was a legitimate offer for winning concert tickets and other prizes from our local rock station. Yes, we would do live broadcasts from bars. I know, how classy, and stuff like that. And the announcer usually was probably the morning guy, aka one of my best friends and now my business partner, who would get up there on the mic and say, "All right, I got a pair of tickets to go see the Rolling Stones, and it's going to go to the first person who puts a bra in my hand." And if you looked around at the bar at that point, you would see women like wiggling around within their shirts, getting things unfastened and pulling things through their sleeves and running up to him. And I'm thinking, damn, this guy's got it going on.
I think there's like CW station talking about me.
No, he's saying the fishing gear is in the kitchen, and he's got a very strong accent.
Is his name Cletus?
think he's talking about those guys on 73, but he's doing it up here so people will listen.
What guys on 73? I don't hear any guys on 73.
Bruce, bring some normality to this frequency, please.
Okay. Oh my God. On the lighter side, I did tell a man buddy out in Arizona about your Twix channel, and he listened, and he also got on YouTube, and he said that, wow, those guys are strange.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Is that because we talk about like interesting stuff sometimes?
I don't know. It's kind of, I don't know. I don't know why he said. I don't. It's kind of, this is the normal frequency.
It's not very like status quo ham stuff, so I could see why people would think that it sucks.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? But it's America. At least it was the last time I checked. Oh my God. What a country.
Yep. Lots of people get their panties in a bunch, and it's probably just because AM Facebook sucks.
Well, I think they're jealous, to tell you the truth, Bill. I think that's it. They want, they want to be in, I guess. There really is no in, who did I send that to? Yeah, some guy, I think it was in QTH or somebody, had like a 500-watt modulator he was giving away for free today. Yeah, it was up in, where is it, Massachusetts, I think. Yeah, Mass. Looked too heavy for me to take to Arizona.
Massachusetts, is that near Connecticut?
Yes, sir. I have to do that when I go upstairs and Google what does XLR stand for. That's an interesting question.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I know what BNC stands for, and I know what TRS stands for, but XLR, I mean, what is that? Maybe it's like cross left and right, because that's what they do, kind of. What?
Yeah, that was close. If I remember, when I go upstairs, I'll do a Google search on that. Because I don't have a computer in the shack. So, maybe someday. I know I got enough of them. But, yeah, it's supposed to be hot. It's going to be hot out your way this weekend, Bill?
I haven't really checked the weather. Oh, external line return. That's what it stands for.
Oh, okay. Now we know. You write that down, Clark?
I had my secretary get it.
Oh, right, you're a rock star. You got all them perks. Forgot. Lucky. Yeah, it's supposed to be like 90, above like 93, 95 for the next 4 days, it said this evening on the news, on the weather. Man, that's going to be, with high humidity. Yeehaw!
I just got to jump in and say I've become accustomed to doing this, and when there's QRM and stuff, I like to give it a grade, but tonight's QRM, I'm just going to downright give them an F. I mean, they didn't pass. Everybody is coming in so much stronger. They're hopping around in frequency, really, really trying very, very hard, whereas we're just able to have a nice QSO with very little, effort. So I give the QRM for tonight an F. This is W2BTK.
My favorite of QRM is when people complain about QRM with 30K wide while they're doing it. KC2RGW.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that. So I'm just trying some new stuff tonight with my audio.
Oh, I'm not complaining about you. I'm complaining with you. I'm referring to others. If you listen, they complain constantly about QRM, but they're running 30K wide while they do it. I'm not talking about you, Bill.
Oh, well, I'm definitely approaching that. So, but I mean, I'm just trying something new. I decided to run my transmitter like this tonight. And that's my decision to make. I don't normally do this type of stuff, but I just felt like experimenting tonight for whatever reason.
Well, Bill, I like the only 6 wide, so if we put them both together, we're doing pretty good.
Nah, maybe I'll clean it up. It's really not my style to do this, so I'm gonna go back to running like a normal human being on 75 meters. I think that proved my point.
Are you making fun of my Viking?
Nah. So, alright, I just cut my bandwidth like in half. That's better.
You're a good 30/2. Strapping, as they say.
I should probably turn my power down. I don't need to be that strong.
Can't cut the heat down.
There's not a lot of heat. I mean, the antenna system's doing most of the work over here.
Yeah, but that amplifier's, you're pushing a lot of air through that, so it gets warm. I know my shack gets warm with this amp here. And it's not too bad, but it warms up after. If I'm on here a couple hours, flapping my mouth, it does get a little bit warm. That's okay. I gotta put my tubes in this amp. Maybe I'll do that this weekend. I've got a spare set of tubes, and I haven't swapped them out in a while. I should do that, but I won't be able to get on the air probably for a day because I gotta leave it on for a day and then hit it. But I think I'm gonna do that tomorrow. That's a good project. Sounds like you're getting worked out. Well, you should exercise the tubes, It's a good practice. Get the electrons moving in there a little bit. But these tubes are these things are stupid money now.
Hey, Billy, in your antenna, do you feed that as a turnstile? Is that actually 2 elements, or is that support line and antenna in the picture you have up?
That's just a support line, Dacron rope.
I've always wondered about feeding a turnstile for low bands, but the phasing line under power is, I'm not sure I would build one of those well enough to hold any voltage.
Yeah, I known a guy who tried that actually on 11 meters. It was like 2 dipoles and an X, and it worked well.
Yeah, to do it right, you need the phasing line, and that's the thing. So it's basically a coax stub, and I know I'd screw that up.
that phasing line stuff and just feeding antennas with coax is like, I don't know, it's tedious. I'd rather just do what I'm doing. Yep. W2BTK.
KC2RGW. Band is actually behaving itself.
That is some splatter.
Yeah, let me pull that sideband in. There we go. All gone.
All gone.
That's KW down there. That looks about 12 wide.
Yeah, he was running his transmitter pretty politely for a while, and then I guess he just decided to screw it and went back to his old ways.
No problem with that guy. He's cool. But, yeah, he does get a little wide sometimes. I was talking to that guy back on 11 meters back in the early 80s. He was a big station back then.
I heard he was a big-time 11-meter guy back in the day.
Yeah, I started down there back in the early 70s or mid 70s. But back in the 80s, he was a powerhouse. So he's got a good voice too. His voice is not as smooth as Clark's, but he's got that baritone. A lot of deep bass, and his E-Rig sounds nice. Katie, what is it?
Rockstar.
I don't think he sounds like in person exactly how he sounds on the radio, though. Well, I think a lot of it's artificial.
I talked to him in person a few times. Yeah, his voice characteristics are the same, but not as loud. You know, he doesn't talk loud in person. His voice doesn't carry. You know, he talks. So yeah, a lot of that. The electronic.
Yeah, I heard there's like a YouTube video where he's singing and playing piano, like the Monkey Puppet Band or something like that, and he doesn't sound anything in that like he sounds on the radio.
I don't know anything about singing, but hearing him on the radio, I wouldn't have picked this as being a singing voice.
Yeah, I got a CD of him and Chris playing. They're pretty good.
Chris, AJ1G?
No, Chris from New York. He's got a camp in upstate New York, and he lives over outside of what the heck? He just moved there. I can't remember the town, but he just bought a house in a new house in New York, kind of a little bit out of the high tax zone.
Oh yeah, here it is. If you go on YouTube on the N2FFL YouTube page. I guess he passed on, but I guess you look up the user N2FFL, you see a video there, BC Express, aka Monkey Puppet Blues Band. It's a video of him and Chris playing some song, Bob's singing, playing piano, and you can hear the difference. He sounds like way, it doesn't even sound like the same person than what he sounds like on the radio. Just for like a comparison, I don't know. It's an interesting video.
It was a JBL, I think it is, or something. JDL. Oh, this old age in my mind, it sucks. I can't remember nothing no more.
That call sounds familiar.
Does Ron ever get in here into FFL? I used to live by him. I haven't talked to him in a long time.
I don't know.
He was pretty good with the old hybrid rigs, the old tube rigs. I was off the air for about 5 years, and then I moved away during that period, but I lost track of all the people back home. I was from Jersey, down Monmouth County.
Yeah, I guess this video is from his house. It says recorded September 7th, 2013 in Manahawkin, New Jersey.
Oh, yeah, that'd be it. He moved south. Yeah, he used to be farther up north, but he moved down there at some point after I'd left. KC2GW.
WL7B, I'm going to go get a snack. KC2CWM.
So I just wanted to try out this microphone. Hey everybody! Yay! This is a, as you can tell, this is a new microphone here. Talking into the back of it. That's out of phase. There you go. That's in phase. How does that sound? Yeah. N1 PCG. We're rocking now.
Sounds kind of dark, is how I would describe it.
Still got a lot of mid-range, like, can you back off of it more and gain it up more?
You want me to get it up? This is about the best I can do right here.
Yeah, it's just not a lot of highs, but it sounds good for talking into a damn speaker.
Sounds good, but it's I don't know if this is a real objective audio term, but it sounds kind of flat, kind of dimensions compared to the other one.
Yeah, it rolls off, I would say, at about 2,500 hertz or so. It doesn't have any high end on it at all.
That's okay. That's called responsible AM, N1 PCG.
It still sounds better than my rig, so
What kind of speaker is that, Clark?
It's actually not a speaker. This is a legit mic. I just, I put an element in this old 1940s kind of, I should send you a picture of it. Hold on a second. Now I'll take a picture off the air. I won't QIX it. Yay. Anyway. Yeah, this is like a, it's like a old school microphone I just got working. Late 30s, early 40s kind of thing. Anyway, just thought I'd give it a shot on the air. All right.
Speaking of QIX, like, he wasn't that strong the last few times I heard him. Did he start running like legal power all of a sudden or something?
I know he's in a new QTA.
Maybe that's it.
He's pretty much always 20 over down here.
Well, I think he pretty much always comes on with like mega power. I don't think I've ever heard him running like, you know, a legal amount of watts.
All right.
Just saying.
It's like the when did you stop beating your wife question.
W2BTK.
K1SH.
24 FET, 50 watts of FET.
No, I'm pretty sure he's got like something ridiculous like a 96 FET rig or something over there.
And hello, N1, oh no, that's me, N1ALF. Here's your microphone with a new element installed in it. Boy, he's gonna be surprised.
Clark, how many FETs do you need to make legal limit? Like 4?
Well, yeah, I said 50 watts per FET. So if you do 8 is good. That gives you just about a little bit of headroom. So 400 watts, you can back down 375, fully modulated 1500 watts. So yeah, 8 FETs should do it.
Why do these guys run like 24 FETs?
Lots of overhead.
Well, you just said all you need is 8 to have tons of headroom. What's the point of 24?
Trying to think of.
You just keyed up at the same time as me, man. Well, you just said 8 FETs gives you tons of headroom. What's the point in having a 24 FET rig?
Right, now that I got the terms right, lots of headroom.
Well, if you could do lots of headroom with 8, what do you need 24 for?
Well, there's the FCC's definition of legal limit, and then there's the new math definition of legal limit. So it depends upon which one you go by.
I got you. Wow, that's
You know, I mean, it's great to run monster power, but the problem is the more difference you have in people running power, like, you know, you got a whole bunch of people running 100 watts, you got people like me running 200, and then if you get a bunch of stations running like gigawatts, the problem there is you've got such a discrepancy in signal strength, you know, between the different stations. It's almost like, that's great, so you're in full ALC limiting, and then this other guy's in the static, and it's like all over the place. So I don't know. And then the other problem with running Monster Power is that when you key up and say, hey, who's on frequency, you end up hearing from people 30 states away who think that they're coming in just as well as you are, and then you've got to deal with all these PW stations, like, it's like, what? Say that again? You're in S1. 40 over here. Yeah, it can get frustrating.
But that doesn't matter if you only want to talk to like one other person for broadcast.
And there you go. All right, I think I made my point by getting this microphonium working, so I'm going to, are you listening, ALF, or are you on frequency? Okay, I'm going to switch back to my normal microphone. So, but anyway, I just wanted to get this old buzzard. This has got to be like a, how old is this? This is like a 70-year-old microphone. Well, the case is. Now it's got a newer element in it. But anyway, it's working, which is the whole point. Okay, back to the other microphone in a moment. N1 BCG.
Well, it really sounds good to me. KC2 CWM.
Look up a picture of it on the web.
All right, and here's a $500 jump in microphone cost. Oh, look, N1ALF is calling me. Yeah, I heard you talking about me on the air. I'll be right back. iNet Radio.
He's going to say the same thing I said. I thought it sounded good.
Yeah, it does sound good.
I don't think it sounded as good as the other one. It didn't sound as good as the other one to the extent that if I was tuning up and down the band, and I just happened to come across Clark talking, and Clark has what I consider an exceptional radio voice, and with that other microphone especially, and I'd be tuning by the band not knowing Clark, and I'd hear that, and I'd think to myself, wow, boy, that guy has a nice audio. This other mic, I'd go by there and I'd hear audio and it would sound nice, but I wouldn't stop and have to listen because it just sounded so cool. That's the difference.
You would say, he sounds marvelous.
Yeah, something like that.
Clark's got the iNet Radio ringtone. I'm gonna go get a slice of cold pizza. I'll be right back. W2BTK.
Save one for breakfast.
My wife eats cold pizza for breakfast. I can't do that. I can't eat cold pizza any time of the day, but especially not for breakfast.
Anyway, happy day Friday.
Happy Friday and happy first day of vacation for me. I'm on vacation.
Oh, that's good for you. It's good. Man, that's great.
Only thing is we're going back into the heat waves again. I was really kind of hoping that this would abate a little bit in terms of my vacation. But it is what it is. It's fun.
That's why I said, yeah, you're lucky, because that wouldn't bother me. Because, well, if I don't go away, I'll just use my boat. But if I go away, then, yeah, typically it'd be wherever I go.
Yeah, I missed my boat. Me and my wife used to have boats. Used to be out in Long Island, so pounding around out there. And I miss those days. A lot of work, but...
What?
Yeah, I've been doing it for years. I'm on the South Shore, Long Island. I go out of Captree. I'm over by the Fire Island Inlet, so. And so, yeah, it's nice. We do it. We try to do it as much as we can.
I always wanted to go out there. I used to look at the charts out by the Fire Island Inlet. And what's the big bay there inside the inlet? I forget what it's called. But from my side of Long Island, you can get out there. You go down around Orient Point, and there's a channel. I think you have to go through the locks actually to get out there. But I always wanted to do that, and I never did. Would have been a nice day's trip going all the way out there. We used to have a 30-foot scarab with twin big rocks and all that kind of fun.
Really? Oh, wow. It sounds like, you know what, with the age, were you saying yes? Anderson drives? Does that ring a bell? Because I knew someone who had one. But they're those weird outdrives. They're very honest, expensive. And that boat, man, I've been out on his boat, and that thing would rev, and it would just take a little while to get out of the water. But once it did, you were flying.
Yeah, that's the thing with the Arnesons. The Arnesons are surface-piercing props, and you have to run the cleaver blades. They're made to be aerated. They're made to have the upper blade out of the water, and they take a long time to come up on plane because the X dimension they call it. That's the distance from the bottom of the hull to the shaft where the prop is, and the X dimension is like zero. They're sticking straight out. The prop is at the same level as the bottom of the hull, so they don't come on plane very easily. They want to stay in the hull, and trying to get that thing up out of the hole is a chore sometimes. But once it's up out of the hole, then it goes like crazy. But you got to watch the throttles because they'll cavitate and just blow out, and the revs will scream in a hurry. No, I didn't have anything like that. We just had the standard Merc Bravo drives with 23-inch pitch. The engines were 400 horse, 425 apiece, and it was a 75, 80 mile an hour boat. Fast enough for me anyway. Not enough to make me any kind of a big shot out there. This guy's was some serious hard stuff. It was fun. And the boat would cruise at 45. So we top out about 75 to 80, but it would cruise at 45 comfortably. So we could leave the mouth of the Connecticut River and be at Block Island in less than an hour. So it was a lot of fun. And it would cruise at about 18 gallons an hour. It would burn 40 an hour wide open, but that was just for fun. You certainly wouldn't cruise around all day like that. But yep, seen a few Arneson drives out, but never had one. But they're interesting machines. KD1SH.
KD1SH. I think that's right. Yeah, well, I had to mention that because that was the only kind of scarab I was ever on, and that was the exact, the way I explained it, you knew what they were. But man, that thing would take a while to get on plane, and if you had any loss of power or motor issues, it shows up right away. So. Yep, but that was a fun boat. But no, I have a Sea Ray family boat, 454, Bravo 3, and it's just, I don't know, it's a floating bar, I think. I don't know.
Bravo 3. Is that the, it's been a while since I've been into that. Is that the counter-rotating prop? It's got two props counter-rotating?
it is. That is correct.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Based on the Volvo Duo Prop, I think they called it. And then when Volvo's patent on that ran out, then their crews started up and they made their own Duo Prop version. Comes out of the hole really nice. Has a good grip on the water. That's the nice thing about it. It doesn't cavitate easy. The thing with a twin-engine boat, with other Arnesons or even regular Bravos, and I don't know about your, is your Sea Ray twin or is it single?
Mine's a single, and that's why I like it. You know, I've had, my previous boats all inboard single screw. So once I got an outdrive single screw Bravo, dual prop, the thing is like night and day compared to what I had, in the past.
Oh yeah, yep. Bravo's a nice ride. Very nice ride. They're bulletproof, can't hurt them, and the Bravo 3 dual prop is a nice setup. The thing with the twins, and that's why I asked you whether you have twins or singles, is that at least with my Scarab anyway, if you lost an engine, you could not come out of a hole on one because the thrust was asymmetrical and it was a carry. I know we had an engine go out on the same time just due to an electrical problem and lost ignition to that engine. And on one engine, you cannot get that thing up out of the hole. You can't get it on the plane. If you lose an engine while you're on plane, and if you stay there on plane, you can stay up on plane on one engine. But if you let it go back down in the hole, it's not coming back out on one. That asymmetrical thrust causes it to cavitate. And you get up on the throttle, and if you start to come out of the hole, the power would rise, and then that other prop would just cavitate. You would just wind up, and it would just lose its grip, and you'd have to throttle down and try again. And I would try surfing it off a big roller. I would time it just right, and here comes a big wave. You get up on top of that roller, nail the throttle, try to surf on the roller. Nothing I could do would get that thing out of the hole on one prop. So if you lose one engine and you're still in the hole, then you're going to go home at 8 miles an hour, and that's it.
Yeah, but if you can use trim tabs and get some weight up forward, you actually have a shot at getting up on a plane.
I tried the credit cards too, and I just couldn't do it. Maybe there's a trick, and I tried like that. I was stuck. We wound up having to pull it into London and spend the night in there because it was getting dark, and I couldn't go all the way back to the Connecticut River at 8 miles an hour in the dark. So we gave up and spent the night in New London. But I tried everything I could think of. That thing was staying in the hole, and that was the end of that.
It depends on the hull, and it depends on how deep a V the deep V is, and it depends upon how far back to the stern the V goes. But if everything is in your favor, you actually might be able to get up on a plane on just one engine.
Yeah, maybe. Like you say, depends on the hull. The 30 Scarab was a full deep V all the way back. No pad. I had a 24 Pantera that had a little pad in it. So that was the same. But no pad. It had strakes, but the strakes didn't have any hook to it. Any odd lifting surface or anything like that. And I tried the trim tab and it didn't make any difference. I was thinking that I could have tried dramatically changing the outdrive, the drive angle, from one engine to the other, but it had a connecting bar, it had a tie bar between the two outdrives. So unless I went in the water in the back and disconnected that tie bar, then I couldn't do that to any good extent. You could offset them a little bit, but not by a whole lot.
Wait, so you need how much V to get it up? What? Get it up? What?
The millennials are short-circuiting.
Target told him how much V you need to get it up or something. I was like maybe like 1/3 listening.
Not just a V, a deep V.
And depends on how far back the V goes. If it flattens out by the transom, then you've got a shot at getting, well, this gets into all kinds of other stuff. But anyway, N1BCG, wow, talking about boating.
Yeah, you know what? I got a text from Clark yesterday. I was like, hey, Clark, we were having such a nice discussion on the air, and, like, where did you go? And you know what he texted me? Oh, yeah, the frequency got so boring that I just went to go run errands. Like, isn't that a nice text message to get from Clark? W2BTK.
Wow, you're taking it out of context. And keep in mind, I had no food left. I was making toast for dinner. Oh, and more important than me, I was out of Marfman food, so my son had nothing to eat. So, yeah, that was pretty important.
You get a pass only for the dog food part. Everything else is whatever. You should have plenty of beefaroni there to stay on 38.85 for days straight.
Hey, I had to go pick up some Avengers for my kid, and that's everything.
Yeah, you need to go with the high-quality stuff. That's right.
What's Avengers?
Wow, that was a mighty static crash. What was the question?
Just wondering what Avengers was.
Oh, and Avengers is the brand of dog food that my miniature pincher Murphy eats.
Oh, I thought you said it was for your kid.
He is my kid.
Ah.
Fur babies.
Yes. I look at it as all the benefits of having a kid without the stress of having a wife.
You still get to clean up throw up sometimes.
Oh, man, that was not last night, but the night before. Oh, that was brutal. 2 o'clock in the morning, I was in a deep sleep, and all of a sudden I hear this, you know, and you're like mostly asleep, but some very quiet noise wakes you up. And I'm like, what's that? And then all of a sudden he jumps down to the floor. I'm like, oh no. Flip on the light, and I look at the covers, and sure enough, it's like, you couldn't do that on the floor, or better yet, on the bathroom tiles where it's easy to clean up. Oh my God. So 2:30 in the morning, I got the washing machine going. I got the can of Resolve going. I've got the rubber dishwashing gloves strapped on. I'm ready to vomit because it's like you go from deep sleep to wide awake in 0.1 seconds. And poor guy. Well, poor me, but poor him too. That's I hate it when he throws up. But of course, then he felt fine. I'm still cleaning up his barfy face, and he's sound asleep again. It's like, yeah, that figures.
Many?
Well, I was gonna say
This was in the 70s sometime. My father flew out to Block Island in his Cherokee 140, and my dad insisted on taking the dog, so we had the dog in the back seat. And we're coming up on Block Island, just getting ready to get into the pattern, and there's that sound from the back seat. And there you go, all over the back seat, all over the upholstery. We spent the next hour and a half cleaning off the back of that plane.
You know, that's exactly what I'm doing tomorrow. Not in a 140, but in a PA28 181. That's so funny you mentioned that. N1BCG.
I was gonna say, at least I'm proud of Murphman for jumping down off the bed to go puke. I mean, at least he had the courtesy to do that, you know. Well, I know that sound, Clark, the dog horking, we call it horking, and it's that foamy barf, you know, it's like the foam barf, and that's, like, my dogs would do that because they go out in the yard and eat crap all day, you know, grass and sticks and whatever the hell else they find in the yard to scarf down, and then, yeah, that's what happens.
Yeah, rabbit poo. And it was foamy. It was gross. It was like barf latte. But no, he barfed on the bed and then jumped down. That's what was ironic. So anyway, it's like, oh, come on.
But there's nothing like being confined in the cabin of a small plane with that smell.
Who would I need to travel with Resolve now and some paper towels?
My friend's dog, Roxy, she's a skipper key, a little black skipper key, and she loved vodka, man. Like, if there was vodka around, she would find a way to drink it. It was trippy. She liked to get drunk.
By the way, when dogs eat grass, they're not doing it because they like it. They know that will make them throw up. They actually, if you see a dog eating grass or leaves or anything like that, they're trying to throw up.
Oh, great.
Marshmallows.
No, that's true.
Yeah, no, I believe it. Cats, too, I think, will do the same thing. That same dog, back when I was a kid, we had gone out for whatever reason, for an hour or something like that, and somebody had carelessly left a full bag of marshmallows, not the little baby marshmallows, the full-size marshmallows, laying around somewhere. A full bag, unopened, within reach of the dog. You can predict what was going to happen. So we came home, opened the door. The dog comes waddling out, all full of marshmallows. The bag was empty. The dog's sides are sticking out like a pillow. And goes around the corner and heaves them all up, and every one was full.
Horking.
So speaking of foamy barf, well, that was the foamy barf. The whole bag of whole marshmallows are coming up intact.
Yes, it's the foamy barf net.
Either you talk about radios or you're talking about foamy barf.
Boo Boo does the hairball thing sometimes, not very often at all, though.
And I don't believe there is anything in the world that smells as bad as dog flatulence.
When he gives out some gas, typically he's gassier than a bright purple vacuum tube.
Hey, Clark, do you know this sound?
Well, that's a dog fart, and that in itself is two possibilities.
My dog Petey used to do that. Like, he'd be sleeping next to you, and then all of a sudden you'd hear like, and he was like self-conscious about it. He'd look up at you with like a concerned face, like, oh, is that okay? You know?
Murph man came to sit with me. It's pouring rain out, and I guess the rain woke him up. So he came over and he got his ears back, and he was sitting on the floor looking up at me on the chair, and can I sit with you? Of course. So he's now cuddled up on my lap, feeling very comfortable and protected. Ha. What you doing, big guy? Did you have trouble sleeping? Oh, he's the best.
Oh, good. Now Clark's locked into the frequency. He's not going anywhere.
That's right. My kid is with me right now, sitting on my lap. I'm going nowhere.
You know how you can tell that a dog is man's best friend? You can lock your dog and your wife in the trunk of your car for half an hour. And when you open up the trunk, see which one jumps out and licks your face.
Yeah, Murphy doesn't have a lawyer on speed dial.
Hey, Clark, can you send me a picture of the Murph Man so I can show the Twitch chat a picture of the Murph Man?
Sure. I'll go right into photos right now and send it on out.
This is going to be a big hit.
20, 25 years. I'm going to miss them in a way, but it's a lot of work, too.
Man, we have a mad downpour going on right now.
No thunder, just rain?
Yeah, like I hear the gutters overflowing.
I had rain up here Monday. I want to say it was Monday. On the way home from work, 3:30 in the afternoon. And it is one of those things. I suppose it's one of those things that just makes you appreciate the wonder of our physical world, I guess. It never, ever ceases to amaze me how much water can come out of the sky when it has a mind. It is just amazing. We were on the way home from work, and every driveway that we passed, there was a gravel or dirt driveway. There was just a river of gravel and dirt running down the road because somebody's driveway was just getting ripped out. Somebody said that town had something like 3.5 inches of rain and about a half inch.
Dude, Murphy is so cute.
I got one more. Actually, the second picture I just sent was at Camp Tucktail at N1ALF's house. He sent me that.
It's probably why it's a little fuzzy and out of focus, but that's okay. Good try there, Alf.
Man, that rain is loud.
Where I work, we have a metal roof right over my head, and boy, does it roar on that metal roof. Sometimes it sounds worse than it is.
Oh, Murph is a big hit with the chat, man.
Yeah, he's my kid. I'll have to send you the Murph Man movie.
Oh, yeah. I could show that to the chat.
Really? Alright, I gotta go find it.
Anyway, that's it for me. 7-3 guys, 3885 is the place to be. Talk to you later. KD1SE.
Bye-bye. Yep. The one spot, the fun spot. The, what? Yeah, what he said. We'll see you later, man. Nice chatting. W2BTK.
Thanks for joining us on Live 85.
Yep, you take care. Have a great night. I'm going to do the same. This is KC2 CWM, the weakest station in the nation. Happy Day Friday to all.
All right, see you later. Come with monkeys. Be careful in those scissor lifts, man. Make sure you tie off to like 14 different places until you get back pain.
Oh, don't forget I'm a Mason. I get back pain whether I'm got a harness on or not.
God, you guys know how to make a really big mess on a job site. You know that?
Well, yeah, that is very true. That is very true. But you know, it's supposed to be like out of everybody's way by the time trades move in. But that's not, I don't know, that's just not the way of today. Everybody's got to be on top of it. Hurry up, get it done. Yeah, you know, I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, well, that's just the way it is. Piss poor planning, GCs trying to make a couple extra bucks, finishing in a week early. You know, send everybody into one room and then work asses to elbows and, you know, whatever. But you know the deal. But, all right, man, I'll talk to you later.
Yep, have a great Friday night. Have a great weekend. KC2, come with money. But I am a bit of a monkey, so okay.
I was just trying to think of funny phonetics, and that I didn't do a very good job. There's somebody like down in the noise. Saw your carrier there on the pan adapter, but I didn't really get any audio from it. Oh, we got the Murphy video. All right, let's check this out. Oh, I can't send audio with it. It's just gonna be video.
No, that's not really the Murphman video, but that is a video.
I'm just holding up it, the iPhone, and I'm focusing the camera so that it looks really sharp,
That is unbelievable water out there.
What a good boy. I wanted to see him attack that thing.
Well, he also realized that thing was like, 30 times his size.
Yeah, but deers are like very skittish. I mean, if he ran over there and puffed his chest out and went all Murph man on him, that thing would bolt.
He was sizing it up. Remember, I'm standing there saying, be a good boy and just stay. So he's like, all right, I'll listen to that, but what the hell is that thing?
He is a good boy.
See? That's Murph Man right there.
What's up with that picture you sent me a long time ago where there's like a couple of dogs like licking your face? They were climbing all over you and licking your face.
Oh, that was a animal rescue. That's Thelma and Louise. They were mother and daughter, and they were. I picked them up in upstate Vermont. From a rescue, and they were supposed to be given to two different adopters. This is it starts off at a really sad story. I brought both of them back from upstate Vermont back down to my house, and then this girl who was also helping out the rescue agreed to take one of them for the night. So I took one, and she took the other. And they were okay, except I got to my house, and one of the dogs that I had went immediately room to room, just every room in my house. I'm like, what are you doing? You're scoping it out? And it ended up being heartbreaking. She was looking for her puppy, and he wasn't there. Her puppy was at the other house. And so it's like, oh my God, these two are attached at the hip. They're inseparable. So the next day, I had them back together again, and they were happy. But I was supposed to fly one of them down to Pennsylvania and the other to Delaware. Or no, I'm sorry, to Maryland. So one was going to Pennsylvania, and the other was going to go to Maryland. And as I'm sitting there doing the flight planning, I'm miserable. I'm almost in tears because it's like are truly inseparable. It was like mother and daughter, and I was about to fly them to 2 separate adopters. Horrible. I felt like I'll shit. And so, as I'm there not wanting to do any of this, the owner of the airport office that I was at walks in, and he asked about the 2 dogs, and I explained the story, and he goes, "Do you mind if I take a picture?" I said, "No, go right ahead." And he comes back like 10 minutes later, and he said, I just talked to my wife, Judy. I sent him a picture of those 2 dogs, and she said, "Don't come home without both of them." I said, "Are you serious? You want to adopt them both?" And he said, "Yeah." Well, my wife insisted. So I had to get on the phone with the rescue group, and they had to get on the phone, do a conference call with the 2 families, one in Pennsylvania and one in Maryland, and say, "Listen, I know you guys did all the paperwork. I know you want to adopt these dogs, but they're so close, like they're miserable if they're even apart by a couple of feet. Would you both agree to surrendering your adoption?" And they both said yes. And so the guy ended up adopting them together, and they went home with them that afternoon. So that picture that of the dog licking my face, that was that day. N1 BCG.
Aw, that's touching.
I would have felt like supreme monster jerk if I had separated them. I mean, I remember what it was like when they were apart for one evening, and you'd have to be inhuman to do that, to separate the 2. So I was looking for every opportunity to either stall or come up with another. Hey, you know what? That was called intervention from above. That's what that was. That was intervention from above. That it all worked out like that.
That's really cool, though. It worked out like that. That was kind of like, I don't know. Oh, that's just really touching. I had no idea the story behind that picture. I just figured, there was dogs licking your face. But now that I know, my heart is warmed.
What happened is that picture was, I'll tell you exactly when that picture was taken. That picture was taken when we had just finished the phone call with the adopters in Maryland and Pennsylvania, and they had agreed to give up their adoption of the 2 dogs separately, and we were waiting for the guy who was going to adopt them together to have his meeting with the rescue to basically, fax the paperwork, say, hey, listen, I want to adopt the 2 of them together. I've adopted dogs before. I already own dogs, all that stuff. So we were kind of like not flying. It was the reason not to go flying anywhere. And so we were just killing time waiting in basically the passenger lounge there at the airport. And so as I was hanging out, they were on long leashes, and one of them got up behind me. The couch backs were back to back. So I was sitting on the couch with one of them, and the other one I know was on the leash. But she had gone around behind me and then climbed up. And what was heard was I'm sitting there, and I hear on my right ear, I hear the sniffing. It's sort of like, and I'm like, what's that? This happens all very quickly, but the next thing I know, before I could realize, oh my God, that's like a dog nose sniffing, I feel this tongue. And the tongue started at my jaw and went from my jaw up the side of my face, past my ear, and right up, to the top of my ear. And then it was at that moment that this woman who was taking pictures for some kind of adoption magazine or something, she was standing there with her camera, and she took, that was actually a professional shot. She was taking pictures of these 2 dogs because she was doing an article on animal adoption. So she ended up getting a picture right as that tongue was like going up the side of my face past my sideburns, and I'm going, because it's like this big wet tongue on my cheek. So that was the moment that was captured in that picture. And one BCG.
Yeah, I miss dogs, but cat ownership is like a whole other thing, man. I really enjoy having a kitty cat. I miss the dogs and stuff, but Kitty is so cool. Like, she's independent and very smart, this cat. She knows things. And I don't know, it's like it's a whole nother world, but I'm really into it.
Well, you have to understand them. Cat people understand cats, dog people understand dogs. Dog and cat people understand them both, but I'm a dog person, and Murph Man, he and I click. It's like we communicate very well. And you know what the best thing is? Like in the wintertime, those nights where the heat is on continuously and you still can't get the temperature over 60 degrees, in your bedroom. Murph Man will, in the middle of the night, I'll be sort of like mostly asleep, but awake enough to realize that there's this pawing behind my neck, and he'll be a burrow bug, and he'll burrow himself under the covers, and then he'll turn around and he'll like stand parallel to my back, and he'll just like fall. I'll literally feel him fall down, and his spine will be up against the small of my back. And it's like, oh my God, that's not only so cute, but that actually feels great. I got a little warming blanket right on my spine, but he seems to like it also. But apparently a lot of dogs do that, which is kind of fun.
Yeah, my dogs used to do that too. They'd cozy right up, but Boo Boo's a little different. Like, every once in a while, like, I'll wake up and she's like literally sleeping on top of my chest, like, and I wake up, I'm like, oh, like, but she just likes to be nearby, she doesn't snuggle right up, but she's always sleeps on the bed, just nearby. That's what she likes.
Well, that getting up on your chest is basically their way of saying, I'm hungry, so do something about it.
Well, she fell asleep there. She'll do that when she's awake because she wants to wake me up, but like she went like a ninja and like got up there while I was sleeping, and she fell asleep.
N1BC.
Yeah, W2BTK. You're a good ham, Clark.
I do what I can. I like being a smoked ham.
Smoked ham. Boo Boo likes chicken. That's her favorite thing. She goes nuts for chicken, And what was the other thing? Oh yeah, this oh God, it was some kind of cat food she really liked, and then they stopped making it. Like, yeah, great. I think it was like pheasant or something like that. But she's got chicken pellets, man. That's her favorite thing. And then she's got to eat the wet food. Like, I give her wet food before I leave for work. so that like that's the only thing she's got while I'm out of the house, and that's the only way I get her to eat it, because she knows like, oh crap, he's not home, he put out this food, like, oh, I better eat it. So she eats it, and then I get home and give her chicken pellets. But if it was up to her, she'd just eat chicken pellets all day. Riveting, right?
Damn right.
What is that goofy music in the background?
Oh my God, it's a wonderful video. I'll tell you about it in a second. There's a, so my all-time favorite airline, oh my God, they figured out everything. My favorite airline, aka KLM, because it's my Dutch peeps, there's this dog that they have trained named Sherlock, and when passengers leave stuff, they like forget stuff on the planes, they get Sherlock, who's based in Amsterdam, on the plane, will sniff the item, like a lost phone or wallet or something that someone left behind, and run through the terminal looking for that person, because they can, the dog Sherlock can sense the scent of the passenger, and they use the dog to return the lost items to the passengers before they get their luggage.
What if they like drop a big bag of weed?
Well, then the dog keeps that. I mean, come on. This is a very highly trained, bloodhound.
Man, oh God, what was that book? The Bloodhounds. Where the Red Fern Grows. You want to talk about a depressing book that'll make you cry? We read that when we were little. Gosh, the end of that thing. That sucked.
Boy, one of the earliest films I ever saw on TV was on one of those independent TV stations in New York. Was called The Effect of Gamma Radiation on Men in the Moon Marigolds or something like that. One of those freaky, zeeky 1960s films that make no sense whatsoever. They're sort of like, far out, man. And they would be shown all the time on the non-network TV stations in New York. Yeah, the effect of, I should look that up. I should Google that. The effect of gamma radiation on men in the gold marigolds. Freak myself out. Hey, yeah, you haven't seen that movie since you were 6? Here you go. Go check it out again.
Man, some of the trippiest stuff I ever seen when I was a little kid was old Gumby videos. Those guys took a lot of drugs. I remember there was a couple episodes where he was on the moon and all this stuff happened. It was really hard to understand. There were pretty wholesome Gumby things, but then there was the really, really trippy Gumby shorts. Jesus, what the hell? I think that has a lot to do with things.
Oh my God! You should have been of my age, because I was a kid when the 60s were folding up. And all of the stuff in the early 70s were basically based on the, do whatever drugs 60s. So you had characters like H.R. Pufnstuf. Really? Pufnstuf? A show called The Magic Garden. And crap like that. It's looking back. Okay, so at the time these were kids, kids programs. But looking back at it now, it'd be wow, you guys were totally on some other planet. I don't know what you were smoking, but the smoke was thick. Real thick in that meeting when you guys came up with this stuff.
HR, puffin' stuff. Who's your friend when things get rough?
Now that's scary. I didn't even remember that.
Yeah, I'm a millennial.
Yeah, but I mean, come on. It was like kind of in syndication when I was a kid. What the hell?
Yeah, well, have I proved to you yet that, like, millennials know things?
I don't know. I'd see something like that. It would be like you becoming an expert on Bob Hope or Frank Sinatra. You know, you have to kind of say, really?
Yeah, well, we had Nick at Night, man, when I was growing up, and, like, I've watched hundreds of episodes of, like, Mary Tyler Moore, The Partridge Family, Get Smart, Mork and Mindy, Brady Bunch, like, all that crap, man.
All right. All right. So Brady Bunch, the only reason to watch the Brady Bunch is Marcia. After that, Partridge Family had very little. That was just weird. You know, they had that wacky hand-painted school bus. The problem is the Partridge Family traveled in a school bus, and that was like major turnoff right there. Obviously, no adult could figure that out. But for kids, we're not going to look at a TV show based on a family that rides around in a school bus. Too close to home. Mork and Mindy, okay. Robin Williams, very creative, but that was just like weird Robin Williams. He had way more to him than just being wacky with the aliens. So anyway, that's a long story. What was the other stuff? Anyway, but it's funny that you got to see all that stuff, because a lot of those shows were, well, okay, Mork and Mindy was new when I was growing up, because that was later. But but Brady Bunch, Partridge Family, even I was kind of young for that.
My favorite by far was Get Smart. The Cone of Silence, Chaos. I loved that show. And then I watched a lot of Dragnet too.
Okay. Get Smart was super before my time, and Dragnet was way before my time. So that's funny you would even know that stuff.
Well, like I said, I'm a millennial, and millennials know things.
God, and I grew up in the early 70s, and that stuff was old. Holy cow.
Yeah, well, it's just... The thing about, like, the whole millennial thing, right? Like, they only advertise, like, the really dumb ones, because, it fits their agenda. Like, actual, like, real millennials, they know things, Clark.
Well, yeah, you say that. But you got, okay. All right. Let's talk about experiences, because things like TV shows, that's not an experience. You can watch a TV show whenever. But what really should matter to the different cultural generations are experiences. Whether it's, boomers or millennials or Gen X's or whatever, it's all about literal experiences, things that you can't just recreate. When I watch TV, all right, this is good. When I watch TV, I was having dinner from a Swanson TV dinner aluminum plate. See? You didn't have that experience. So, the Swanson TV dinners, like, for example, the turkey, a.k.a. mostly white meat, was, so you'd have your turkey, again, mostly white meat, and then some stuffing. And that was like in the main part of this was a contoured aluminum like dish with its own little pockets on it. So it would have the truck in the front, which was all the way left to right, and then in the upper left-hand corner it would have string beans, and in the upper right-hand corner it would have mashed potatoes, which are very powdery, very grainy, and then in the center on the top it would have your apple pie dessert with a little I have to laugh because it's so funny now, with a little half cherry on the top of it. Swanson TV dinner. Now, if you really want to talk about experiences, you need to be watching Get Smart, Brady Bunch, Partridge Family, all that stuff, while you're sitting there having a Swanson TV dinner, watching an RCA Victor color television, where from time to time you'd have to get up and adjust the vertical or horizontal hold. Right? Anybody else on 4885 have those memories? That's right. 1960s and 1970s, baby. Ho, 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 ho.
Yeah, well, I was born in 85, so I don't know. Like I remember when the internet wasn't a thing. I remember when everyone didn't have a cell phone, and I witnessed all that stuff at its infancy. So like I didn't grow up with it, but like I saw it from start to where it is now. That's like I don't know. That's a lot of information, dude. Like if you think about it, that's kind of dangerous.
No, this isn't a competition. I mean, I can't change when I was born. You can't change when you were born. But the fun thing is, and the main thing is if you have fond memories of growing up and your experiences and stuff like that, whatever they are, because they'll be different for every generation. Whatever your fond memories are of growing up, they're as precious as anyone else's. The key is you need to have fond memories of stuff from way back, because it makes you complete. It gives you your timeline. Otherwise, you have no timeline. Everyone needs to have a timeline. They need to know that, hey, I remember this far back. And by the way, it's good to think about stuff all the way back. And look, KD2UEK says, I was born in 1980. However, I had a steady diet of Nick at Night and learned to love the classics. All right, so there you go. See? People tuned in on the K3FEF Web SDR. Very cool. Anyway, so yeah, just talking about experiences growing up. There's a lot of stuff from my childhood, which I remember vividly, like almost movie quality like. And what's great about today is that there's a lot of information out there, and a lot of it is accessible. Your favorite search engine, Google, for example. Yeah, duh. And I actually found a movie. I remember when I was so young, I had no idea what I was looking at, but I remember watching the entire movie, and I remember it was a W.C. Fields movie, and all I remember about it is there was this W.C. Fields character, and it had to do with these two ships that were racing across the ocean. One was called the Gigantic, and the other was called the Colossal. And I didn't know anything else about it, just like little snippets of it. And I started mentioning this was a couple of years ago on here on 75 meters, and I was saying, yeah, this W.C. Fields movie, and I started to describe it. And someone keyed up, and I have no idea who it was, and they said, the movie is called The Big Broadcast in 1934. And that's it. That's all they said. And I said, who was that? And they never keyed up again. I'm like, no, come on. The Big Broadcast in 1934, what was that about? And they never keyed up. It's like, all right, well, I'll go do a Google search for that. And that was the title of the movie that I had seen when I was like in my single digits. And I sat there and I watched the entire thing. It was, I forget which streaming service it was on, but I'm watching this movie going, oh my freaking God, I remember this. This is bringing back memories from when I was like, what, 8, 7? Holy crap, I remember this movie. So, very, very cool, I think, having that connection with your early years. And one BCG.
By the way, you mentioned UEK, that's Tommy, and he is triple dipping the chats, man. He's in the K3FEF chat, he's in the W2BTK Discord, and he's on Twitch. That's impressive, to say the least.
That's called committed.
He's looking for an HF rig. Anybody listening, that's got like some old crap kicking around, here's a dude who went out and passed his tech in general at the same time, and he wants to get on the air from South Jersey, and he needs an HF rig. So, what do we got out there?
Wow, that would almost be worth a post on QRZ. That'd be very cool to tell that story. Hey, I was in QSO on 75 meters. You don't have to say AM because that might turn people off. And yep, I was streaming the QSO, and this guy got on there, got all motivated to get on the air and everything. Got his tech and his general, and now he's looking for an HF rig. What can we do? What can we do to encourage this new ham? Wouldn't that be a great thread?
Clark, I think you're just the guy to make it. I mean, people listen to you. You have the most likes. Well, the best like to post ratio on QRZ. Nobody can top you. So maybe like if you were bored, you could do it.
Is that amazing? I now have 14 more likes than I have posts. How did that happen? Some miscreant probably went and liked on my posts, artificially pumped up the numbers. But anyway, yeah, I really should do that. That's amazing. And what makes it legit is I'm not asking it for me. If I was just on there saying, hey, anybody got stuff they want to give me for free? Kind of disingenuous. But if you say it for someone else, then that's kind of okay.
Yeah, well, you should do it. I think people would definitely read it, and you could help Tommy out, because he's like pretty gung-ho about getting on the air, man, and we're definitely going to hear him. I mean, he doesn't live too far from me and Dave, so he's a Northeast guy living in South Jersey, so he's not going to need much. 25 watts carrier, probably do okay, and that's about it. I told him to look for like an older model Flex, like a 1500 or 3000. You can get them cheap, and then basically just have like badass AM signal, real good sounding. I said he could sound like Clark, and he would. So I don't know, or like any old rice box, just something, man. He wants to get on the air, but yeah, I went through and I like searched all your posts, and then like all the ones I missed, I went and I read them, and if I didn't like the post, like I didn't like it, but there was a lot of things that you said that I missed and that I liked, so I hit the like.
Okay, because I was concerned about that, because I saw all of a sudden my likes went skyrocketing. It's like, oh boy, and then I got a million notices, hey, W2BTK liked your post, W2BTK liked your post, W2BTK liked your post. Like, this is really cheating here. I wonder if he really does like it, or he's just like, stroking it. And so it's good to hear that the ones you liked, you actually really did, and it wasn't just, a big circle jerk of likes, because it put me, 13 likes above. I have over 1.0 likes to posts ratio, which means, by the way, Tom, that I could start a thread with absolutely no hope of anyone liking what I'm writing, and it would be okay. All right, that was very poorly phrased. But anyway, that was like just like a rough draft concept. And one BCG.
Yeah, no, I did it to give you some dynamic like headroom, so you can go ahead and make controversial posts and not worry about it. Because I know that was a big thing. You were like afraid to post something because you thought people might not like it, and that's not a way to live. So now you got some headroom. But yeah, no, I went through and I read like hundreds of your old posts, and I only liked about 20 something of them. So there was 70 something posts that I didn't like, and I didn't hit the like button, so it was legit. I was playing catch up with all your posts, and then the ones that stood out and I liked, because my name goes on that too. And if I like something that's like BS, I don't want my call sign on there. So yeah, I really did like all those posts that I hit the like button on.
Oh, all right. Well, good. That adds some legitimacy to it. So for like the post where I said things like, these millennials expecting handouts and no code and, just have multiple guess questions and suddenly they become extras and all that. Those posts you didn't like. But the ones where I was saying, we should encourage these young ham radio operators who are able to take a Viking 2 and make it sound like an E-rig and are into vacuum tubes and stuff like that. Those posts you did like. So, okay, yeah, I would see that. I can see that there would be like a, 1 in 8, 1 in 9 like ratio for something like that. All right, no, I'm down with that.
No, I do like those posts where you trash the crap bag millennials, because I totally agree with that. And like, there's a lot of really dumb ass millennials out there. Crap bag millennials, and I say crap because I mean something else, but I'm not going to say it on the air, It takes a special kind of person to drop expletives on, amateur radio. And that's not my bag, baby. But, no, I agree with all that stuff about, like, millennials are dumb and they, entitlement and this and that, because I hate that. I really do. I like those posts.
Oh, my God. All right, hold on a second. I'm doing the millennial thing. I'm checking my social media here. Hey, Tom, what's the deal here? You haven't posted anything in, 10 minutes? Man, we must have like an all-time low on the K3 FEF. Sorry, that chime was saying that the Old Time Radio Hour podcast failed an auto-update on that. Anyone listening on the K3 FEF web SDR, hey, don't know if you're aware of this, but there's a chat, there's a message board, you can post stuff. So things like, right now that you're listening to, you can actually write about. So just smash that, what do you call it? I'm scrolling through the web SDR looking, what is it called? Chat? I don't even know. But anyway, there's a message board there, and we're watching it because I feel compelled, thanks to Bill. And, you can let us know what you think. So there you go.
Clark, I think it would be great if you came in, the Discord server and, said hello.
Think about that. It's a Discord server. What is Discord? Discord is basically a synonym for angst. A-N-G-N-S-T. Right? Yeah. I don't have angst. I'm relatively angst-free. Like, I don't like any rock bands from the 90s. Like Pearl Jam and Red Hot Chili Peppers, and all these bands that basically competed lyrically for whose life sucked more. It's like, are you serious? You guys are having a competition as to whose life sucks more, and whoever life sucks the most sells the most records? Oh my God. We need to just forget the 90s. I mean, that was like the suck epicenter of music was the 90s, and Discord is basically the internet representation of music of the 90s. That's why I don't do any Discord anything.
No, you're just all hung up on the name of it. It's a really good, wholesome chat. It's like there's a good community of people in there who are interested in ham radio and just trying to get into ham radio, asking a lot of questions and this and that. So there's that. And if you want to push that to the side and make a big deal about the name, then, that's your prerogative. But I think it'd be cool if you got in there. You could probably help a lot of people. But if you're not interested in helping people that are just getting interested in ham radio, then that's you. That's your choice, and you're free to make that choice. But yeah, Discord's a crappy name. I mean, they should have called it strife or conflict or friction or hostility or disagreement or something. Whatever.
You kill me sometimes. They should have called it strife. Yeah, good. Yep, they should forward discord.com to strife.com. And while they're at it, maybe they should register things like angst.com or socialunrest.com, or things like domesticaffairs.com. Yeah, that's great. So this is why I find these websites to be somewhat disturbing. But hey, you know what? Again, it goes back to the 90s. If you were a high school student in the 90s, not you were too young, but if you were a high school student in the 90s, what would be your typical conversation with your friends? Dude, you got a new Beamer. And then your friend would be like, or you'd be like, yeah, it's my dad's hand-me-down BMW. My dad is such a D-bag. He bought a new 7 Series, and this is his 5 Series, his 535 hand-me-down. Or, I'm sorry, 540, totally hand-me-down Beamer. My dad's, such a jerk, He bought a new Beamer, is, supposed to give it to me, but he kept the new one for himself. Such a greedy bastard. And he gives me this piece of garbage. And then your friend would go well, what year is that? It was such a 95. And meanwhile, it's 1997. Oh, man, your old man's making you go around with a 2-year-old 540 series? Yeah, what a jerk. Oh, my God, how do you even show up? And then he'd be like, well, yeah, I park it way down the street so no one will see me driving this jalopy. Oh man, that's so harsh. Yeah, that's what it's like.
Yo, Spicoli, chill out.
Yeah, Spicoli, put a zip on it.
Someone in chat just called you Valley Clark.
No, Valley is 80s. This is 90s. And keep in mind that the Valley talk from the 80s carried over to the 90s, but became the ultimate enriched life white kid talk of the 90s.
You're not supposed to be white anymore. That's bad.
Yes, I know. I'm the unwoke station. I need the white guilt. You know what? Let's touch on that for a minute. I have absolutely zero. I know this is going to freak out the BLM folks, but I have absolutely zero white guilt. Why? Because I'm not racist. I'm not biased. I have friends of all different backgrounds. So don't effing tell me that I'm a jerk and I'm white privileged and I should feel fall like an a-hole because I'm white. All that garbage. You know what? I've never been racist. I've never had a problem with other people. So therefore, your propaganda, your guilt trip, which you splatter on with a freaking spatula, does not apply to me. So no, I'm not going to get down on my knees. I'm not going to beg for forgiveness. I'm not going to say I've been an awful person, because you know what? None of that bull crap applies to me. As I said, I don't have a problem with people. And actually, Bill probably knows better than anyone else on frequency that I'm saying this correctly. But this is bull crap, and I don't need people to be handing out guilt trips, like a dispenser. You know, just don't sell it with your guilt trips. It just doesn't apply. End of that discussion.
Liquid means rewind. A gunshot means forward. You requested it, so we rewind.
Every African American, every Caribbean American, every American as, for Pete's sakes, what's his name? Darn it. Prominent black actor. Oh, man. This is a terrible time to forget his name. Well, anyway, every one of them, every experience that I've had with African Americans, Caribbean Americans, has always been good. So I have no reason to have issues. And I'm very offended by people, especially white people, telling me that I should have a guilt trip. Screw off. Did I mention screw off? Good. Well, I just repeat myself to be clear. No, not Samuel Jackson. He played the oh man, it's just, no, not Samuel. He was in Almighty Bruce. He played God. What was his name? Oh, this kills me. Yes, Morgan Freeman. Morgan Freeman says, "Don't call me an African American. I'm an American. Stop that." And I thought, that's a very interesting break from tradition. But he's right. I mean, yeah, we all come from different places. You know, there's a lot of white folks that came from Europe. There's a lot of black folks that came from Africa. But the bottom line is right now, today and now, is we're here because we want to be Americans. So this hyphenated crap, I mean, if I were to say, well, I'm a European American, it's like, that's fine. I guess that's correct. Or a black person might say, well, I'm an African American. Okay, that's fine. I guess it makes sense. But the reality is, for them and for me, it's been so many generations since those roots actually were in Europe or were in Africa that at this point we really should just say, no, we're Americans. I mean, let's start looking at, come on, folks, let's start looking at what brings us together and not what makes us different, for crying out loud.
Sorry to go take a piss. Dude, I agree, but you can't say that stuff right now. Just right now. I mean, it's going to go back to normal. Like, people are going to come out in November, and that's going to be that. As far as I can see, but it's stupid. I mean, you know, like, it started out like, yeah, people would say all lives matter, and they'd be like, well, is that not true? Do you disagree? And they'd be like, no, it's a true statement, but like, you're missing the point, man. But now it's getting to the point where, like, you know, it's not even like that anymore. It's just getting ridiculous. The point's being lost. The coronavirus lockdown failed. Cue the race riots. It's people just really, I don't know. There's a big ass agenda here, as far as I can tell. But, you know, like, I don't understand all this stuff. The people that are, like, deeply rooted in all this movement stuff, like, I just don't understand it. I'll be the first to say I don't understand it. So, you know, maybe I'm a racist, maybe I'm a white supremacist because I'm white, you know, I don't know, you know, but a lot of people think that. So it's very, very confusing for me, and that's it. That's where it ends. I am deeply confused in these times. The things that I knew growing up are not true anymore. The world is changing, and I guess a lot of people feel like it's for the better, but I'm following along and I don't see it. So, you know, I'm confused. That's where I'm gonna stop. W2BTK.
By the way, there was a station that keyed up there said Morgan Freeman, but also, and I need to give credit to KD2UEK Tom, who also wrote Morgan Freeman on the message board here on the FEF Web SDR. So, all right, I'm going to give you both credit for helping me out with that. So, good deal. And Alf, what do you mean, have you ever seen Emerson, Lake and Palmer? I've never seen them in concert. Yeah, what a lucky man he was, right? Sometimes I think about that in my own case. But anyway, things have gotten a little bit berserk here. You know, I think that people are starting to forget that if you close your eye, you know, there's a song by Cultural Roots, a reggae band, that one of the lyrics goes, if I cut out your eyes, you'll see. Now think about that. If I cut out your eyes, you'll see. If you don't look at another person, then they all look the same, right? This whole racial bullcrap that's going on right now is nuts. You know, people use their eyes for the wrong reason. You know, they use their eyes to sense how people are different instead of realizing everybody who gets cut bleeds red. Everybody has feelings. Everybody has parents. Hopefully, both. And everyone has, well, I mean, you started off with parents, and everyone eats, everyone gets dressed in the morning, everyone breathes, you know, it's like there's a lot that we have in common, but oh no, that's not exciting, that's boring. We need to talk about all the things that make us different. Why? Because it's fun to get everybody's hackles up. That's bullcrap. That really is bullcrap. Anyway, which is a lot of what's going on right now, is all this business about, oh, look how different we are. Really? And how is that? How are we all so effing different? Yeah, things have gone out of control. The woke circus that's going on right now, this whole thing is designed to drive a wedge between the races. Why? You know, every person of color, but that could be any color. That could be, and I don't buy this thing. I'm not white. Blacks aren't black. Asians aren't yellow. I mean, it's like, that's too simplest. Indians aren't red. That Indians from Eastern Europe or Western Asia? I don't actually know where India is considered. But anyway, are not brown. The reality of it is that people have found this color thing, this generic broad stroke color thing, to be a reason of like, wow, let's drive this wedge in there. Let's get people upset with each other. And the reality is it's unnecessary, and for the vast majority of people, it doesn't even make any sense, because no one was like that initially. There's always bad apples everywhere. But what's going on here, this business about saying, well, because this happened, everybody's a jerk. Think about that. That's absolutely ridiculous. God, I get preachy from time to time, right? And when BCG.
Well, like I said, it's extremely confusing, and I fail to be able to pull a point from it, other than, like, you know, like, there's more racism now than there ever was in my lifetime. It's crazy, but I don't know. What else comes? The allegory of the cave. What about that? Does that apply?
The what?
Never mind.
All right. This is RT350 Divide and Conquer Agenda Clark. Nice spelling. Second Boogaloo coming. Nice.
You never heard the allegory of the cave?
No, let's hear all about it since we're having a very unwoke, high fine business antennas and rig QSO here.
You know who Plato was?
Yes.
Well, in a nutshell, the allegory of the cave, they were like prisoners, right? And they were unable to turn their heads. And there's a fire behind them, or sunlight, or whatever, I forget. But, like, basically, like, anything that was happening in the world would cast, like, a shadow on the wall. And they were basically unable to distinguish, like, reality from these shadows. So, like, you could hold up, you know, a person could walk by and cast a shadow, or somebody could hold up a puppet and, you know, cast the same shadow on the wall. It was all the same to these people, you know, and unable to turn their heads. That's it in a nutshell.
Interesting. That's well worth looking into.
It just came to mind. I don't know.
Well, I think that discussion is a good idea. There's a lot of people getting very upset about a lot of things right now, and you know what's a shame is no one's talking. Everyone's yelling, no one's listening. But if people had conversations, if people, you know, actually just cease and sickle, to use a Jamaican term, just cool things down a bit, and had a discussion, God forbid they'd realize how much they had in common, and all this angst, discord, strife, and all that stuff would be unnecessary. Well, imagine that.
Join my Discord server.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's a good place. If you want to, like, be in touch with people who are interested in ham radio, just getting into it, who are looking for guidance, that's the place to be, brother.
Pharaoh got on the FEF message board and he writes, "How is everyone?" Oh man, you just jumped in the middle of the thickest stuff right now.
Hey, we only lost 2 viewers with all that stuff.
How's that for a welcome to 3885? I mean, I've been in it all, freaking day anyway. All right. Hey, so Bill, RT350 says, yeah, join the Discord, Clock. We share your views. Do you know this guy?
Yeah, that's Orihara. He's like a long-time watcher. He's been watching since the Snap My Bra days. You know, definitely a cool guy. You should come say hi.
Wow, so you've got like long-term nervous Twitch people on the K3FEF message board. That's cool. And Thero says, I'm pretty liberal though, so whatever I missed. What? I didn't get that.
Well, liberal, conservative, whatever. Racism is bad. You know, don't propagate it.
Still don't get it. Whatever.
Hold on, we doubled. What'd you say, Clark?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out Thero. He has something specific in mind, but I'm not picking it up.
Well, I was just saying.
Well, okay, yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
So who's Thero? Is that another one of your followers?
Not sure.
All right, there you go. So you never know who's tuned in. This is, people just get on this ham radio stuff. Oh, he says, no, I'm brand new, just getting into WebSTR. Well, I'll tell you what, this WebSTR, this is why we like hanging out on this frequency, because the WebSTR you're on defaults to this, as you know. You just launch it and we're here. Of course, you can go somewhere else, but, well, why? Why would anyone do that?
I just gave you a preview of what it's like in my chat.
So, yeah, well, why not? See, we look at this. This message board here that you're on, Thero, is kind of like the message board for the frequency, which is great. Now, there are actually two WebSTRs. One's down right now. It's being repaired. But anyway, thanks, Sasquatch. KA3 vid, quite the discussion we have here. Yeah, we decided to deviate from the, well, what are your operating conditions, OM? Hi, fine business. Well, I'm using a Yaesu such and such with a 80-meter dipole, which is actually cut for 3880, but then I've got a Palstar tuner and... Okay, put me to sleep.
Clark, why are you so, against coming in to either the Twitch chat or the Discord chat and, saying, at least just, logging in for 2 minutes and saying hi to all these people who are, really, really big fans of yours, trying to get into amateur radio?
Okay, number one, these fans of mine, as you describe it, I think you're the one baiting them to do that. You're making them fans of mine. I don't believe that they're actually fans. I think you're making that happen. That's number one. Number two, you can so easily just be their representative. You can be their proxy. You ever been a proxy? You can be their proxy and just say whatever. They can express their feelings about whatever, because they're right there on your nervous Twitch channel. And you can say how they feel. And then if they're so excited about what I have to think about stuff, rather than me get on there and post anything, which who cares, you just represent them, and I'll respond to it. And then everybody gets to hear the response. I mean, that's fine. Oh, and K3VID dropped the F-bomb. Nice. High F-bomb. Don't think I didn't notice that.
Thanks for the follow, brother. Welcome to the chat.
Okay, BTK what's this BS Clark stuff? Jim FYYC, see that? I should just get on that Nervous Switch channel just to cut you a new one, just for saying that.
He's calling you on BS because they are your fans. It's not anything I did. They want Clark. I'm serious. He said BS. That's total BS what you're saying. Giant from Jackson. Oh, come on, really? These people can't believe that you just said that.
Oh, here we go. Jim FYYC. Canadians are cool too. Yep. Oh, like, good day, hoser. Like, oh, wait a minute. This is Jim from Canada. This is Jim from Canada. Is that it? YYC, the Canadian airport? Because I remember, I think he was saying YYC was his airport code. Oh, total good day. Oh, like we got Canadian hosers listening to the build channel out there. Oh, that is so cool. All right, the Great White North listeners, hosers unite around the Coleman lantern, eh? Cooking up that back bacon. All right, good day.
Clark, I mean, you're full of it.
Say that I was completely being a jerk to.
La 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 la.
By airport YYC. Take off. K3 vid, yeah, take off. That's great. Do you realize that there's an interesting history actually between Bob and Doug McKenzie when they first did that bit on Saturday Night Live? No one knew how that would be taken by Canada, but it turned out that the Canadians actually thought it was really fun to see this, really popular American TV show, Saturday Night Live, featuring Canada in such a way, and they actually liked it. Look at all this. Was it Second City TV, or was it? Yeah, it was. You're right. It was Second City TV. I stand corrected.
Clark, what's the real reason why you won't come talk to these people who are your fans, like legitimately your fans?
Because I'm given pop-up warning notes here on my iPhone from Steve Jobs from the frickin' crypt, saying your iPhone is out of space, and every time I tap on either the Mail app or the Safari, it does a pop-up that covers it that says you're out of storage space, go to settings, and it won't let me do that. So I tap the settings thing to close it, and it takes me right to settings, and I gotta delete videos and porn or whatever the hell that's taking up all the space on here.
Great way to dance around the question. Let me ask you again, why is it that you're so scared to come into the Twitch chat, or even, heck, the Discord chat, and talk to these people who seriously look up to you? Like, they want Clark. I'm not even kidding, dude. Like, if you just come in there and say hi, and then leave, it would make them happy. Like, you don't want to make people happy, is that it?
Oh, no, I'll totally stroke him off now. What is this? Giant from Jack says he saw you, Jim. I did. And then Hot Glass Pickers, Clark 2020 indirectly. What's that? Oh, encouraging those who don't have HRF rigs to work. Oh, yeah, thank you for the reminder. Oh my God, this is where it gets complicated. Now I got to close that out, go back to this. Hold on a second. I'm sorry about the stream of consciousness transmission here. So yeah, K3VID said Second City TV. If you don't have a rig, you can get on, what is it? Oh, freaking hell. Bill knows. Connor uses it. Ham Radio Online. All right, so RT350, rip dump the iPhone. I know I should get an Android. Android is master race. Cute. Okay, so the story for Bill's viewers and for the K3FEF, why do I have an iPhone? Okay. My business, we make apps, okay? Internet media, streaming audio, streaming music and podcast apps and communications apps. Anyway, my business partner has an Android. I have to have an iPhone because we need to be able to test our apps. When the developers send us the betas for our apps, we download them not through the app stores, but they email us, and we can download them directly. And they're called what are they? They're not. Oh freaking hell! I can't remember what they're called. They're like pre-production. Anyway, but we test the app, so I have to have an iPhone. My business partner does testing, has to have an Android, so each of us have to have like the main thing there. All right, and God, yeah, Bill, you are doing that. Nice. So I go back to Bill's chat here. What else did the Bill follower say? That was kind of neat. Take off hoser. Oh my God, did you send me another one? Subject drift. YC156 it is. Yes, hosers. Okay. Take off. All right. I'm not going to do the Canadian thing anymore. Second City TV, we have John Candy. I can talk about John Candy. The years, you know, that's such a sad thing. One of my favorite there were my two favorite John Candy movies. Number one at the top, I'll go from the top down. My all-time favorite John Candy movie, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. I dated this girl for 9 years, and I know that's another story. And I said that's one of my favorite movies, and she hated it, and that was a major rift between us. I said, how the F can you hate Planes, Trains, and Automobiles? And she goes, it was depressing. I'm like, what was depressing about it? She goes, everything went wrong. I'm like, oh, okay. Do you remember the last part? I don't think there was a dry eye in the theater. She goes, I don't care. The whole thing was depressing. I'm like, no. You have two comic geniuses, Steve Martin and John Candy, teaming together. Oh my God! There wasn't like not 30 seconds could go by before there was something hysterical in that movie. The whole thing was great, and then at the end, mega poignant. Mega poignant. What a great ending. What a great movie. It was a little sad, but it was feel good at the end. You know, like everything worked out. After all the BS that went on, it worked out. She didn't care. Which, well, obviously we're not married. She's gone. Number two, what was the number two? What was it? Cool Runnings with the the Jamaican bobsled team. I really like John Candy as the lead character in Cool Runnings. So there you go. What a great comedian, and how unfortunate that he's not around. So all right. Well, I think I've said enough. Bill's like, God, just shut the hell up. Okay, I will. Sorry, N1 BCG.
Are you actually looking at the Twitch chat now? Because honestly, it moves way faster than the K3FEF or the QIX SDR. Like there's actually like a lot of people chatting in there.
I couldn't keep up. There you go. I'm not worthy of your Twitch chat.
Are you actually looking at it though?
God, if I said what I wanted to say, my nose would become 8 feet long. Look at this. My chat moves way faster than FEF or QIX. People really chat here. Ding, ding. Yeah, nice, Bill. And then Rob says, who's not on your thing, I think they did that on Second City TV. Oh, that's old. No, but you're the connoisseur of your Twitch channel. So if there's anything I need to know, you can just like pick out the highlights and just represent. Okay? Represent.
You should just have it open. Like, you don't even need to look at the feed. You can pop out the chat. There's if you go to my Twitch site, right, and you go into settings at the bottom there's like a little wheel. You can click chat settings, and there's a setting there called pop out chat. You can do that. It opens the chat in a new window, and then you can close the Twitch feed. You don't even have to watch, and then you'll just have the chat on your screen, and you can cherry pick what you want to respond to, and there's always fresh content. Like, you know, there's people posting multiple times a minute, you know. So like if you're ever bored and you want to you know, I don't know, like you're always checking the FEF site, and that thing moves slow as balls. Like, there's not a lot of people talking there. If you want a place that's like populated, just do that. Pop out the chat window and just have it in the background. Pull it up every once in a while, and there'll be hundreds of fresh chats for you to cherry pick from and respond to what you want to respond to. I'm just saying, W2BTK. Look me up on kHz if you want to see the links on how to look at this crap.
Can you imagine how long my transmission would be, as if they're not bad enough, if I had both your Twitch channel up and I had to jump back and forth between that and the K3 FEF chat board? It would be like constant. You know what it would be like? It would be like playing tennis against, Serena Williams or something. I mean, it would be ridiculous. The freaking tennis balls would be like flying over the net at nuclear rate. It would be impossible. So I think it's better if we just divide and conquer. You look at your Twitch channel, and I'll look at the FEF feed, and then we'll both have a handle on what's going on.
Yeah, well, nobody chants your name in any of the WebSDR chats.
Oh, freaking hell. All right. Hold on a second. I'll go look at your Twitch channel. Stand by. I've got to open another Safari window here. Oh my god. This is so King Lord God Bufu.
Look, into what I said, once you get there, you'll see the display with me and the pan adapter and all that crap. That's not important. Go into the chat. In the bottom right, there's a little, gear, right, for settings, chat settings. You're going to click on that. A menu will come up, and then there's an option for pop-out chat. That'll open the chat in a new window. Once you do that, you can close the Twitch feed, and you'll still have the chat there. And you can just have it going and see what everybody's saying.
I clicked on the link, and it says, "Look like something went wrong. Please try again at another time."
Well, your iPhone sucks.
Oh, that's easy, isn't it?
Well, yeah, whatever. I don't know. Nobody else has a problem.
Listen, you're supposed to be, you're supposed to be coding for everybody's phone, not for iPhone 12s, okay? So, this is not that old an iPhone. Yeah, it's not the latest, but it's not exactly, are you sure you want to submit this again? Yes. Hold on a second. All right. So, check out my live Shack stream on Twitch TV. All right. So, let's click on that. Wait a minute. What just happened here? Oh, sorry. Fat fingers here. Big hands. Well, someone likes that. All right. It's loading. Loading. Wow, the spinner's going. Maybe it's working this time. Who knows?
I don't know if the pop-out chat works on an iPhone. It definitely works on a desktop. I figured you might have a desktop computer there at your operating position. Most people do.
No. And I can explain that very easily. From the moment breakfast is done in the morning, obviously, all day from breakfast till I can't stand it anymore, I've got a full desktop computer screen up for work. And, by the end of the day, I can't stand it anymore. My eyes hurt, and I don't want to sit anymore. So, no, I don't have a computer here. If I'm going to be online at all, I'll bring my phone here. But even that I don't really like doing. Anyway, your Twitch thing is not working right on an iPhone. So, there you go. Right back to you need to just read all the highlights, and then we can work it that way.
Well, all right. That sucks. Sorry, everybody. Sorry, like, multiple people who were very excited that Clark was going to come into the chat. You know, like, the whole bunch of you who were really looking forward to that. I'm sorry, like, for the disappointment that Clark isn't interested in, you know, troubleshooting this or like, participating. I apologize.
Why, you silly son of a bitch. All right, fine, I'll try it again. Here I am at the W2BTK QRZ page. Check out my live Shack stream on Twitch TV. And here it is, twitch.tv/amateur radio, however you want to spell it. I tap on that, and now it's... What is it doing? Oh my God, it's just spinner. It wants access to my bank accounts. Twitch wants access to your credit card. Is that okay? Okay, I hit yes. Twitch wants access to your bank account. Is that okay? Yes. To your camera while you're in the shower. I hit yes. Boy, there's a lot of permissions it wants here.
Yeah, just click, I don't know. Come on, man. If it doesn't work, you might have to get the app if your phone is too crappy or your web browser can't handle it. I don't know, but, oh my gosh. WX2H is in my chat. That is like... Everybody, roll out the red carpet. I'm serious. Man, what does he say? Hi, Billy. Me and XYL are tuna fishing to your Twitch channel for some radio humors. Look at that, man. Rich is in here. Come on, Clark. Come say hi to Rich. Like, you can't do that.
I have clicked on that silly-ass link of yours on your QRZ page 6 or 7 times now, and it doesn't load, so I'm kind of tired with it. So if you have any of your minions on your channel that have something to say, just say it. What is this? KA3 vid says IBM ThinkPad. Yeah. I inherited one and don't know the password. I don't know what you guys are talking about. The main thing is, oh, Clark, it's a glitch with Twitch. API, just refresh it. I did refresh it. Oh, that's RT350 says that. Same thing happens to me on my Linux system. Oh, okay. Well, you know what? Sorry, Bill. RT350 just says it craps the bed on Linux, and that's the litmus test right there. If it doesn't work on Linux, then Twitch really is a freakazoid kind of a platform.
Alright, well, I'm just gonna have to, like, every time there's enough chat to fill up one text message, I'm gonna send it to you. So there's just gonna be a whole crap load of text messages coming in.
Fine. Alright, what is this? Bill just sent something here. Yeah, you also cut off the names, so I can't read. Rickatic. Rickatic. Clark. Yeah, come on. Who's this? Hot Glass Picker. Hot Glass Pickers is definitely someone who needs some other kind of... Oh, what, another picture? All right. Hot Glass Pickers is definitely someone who needs some other hobby here. Clark equals DOS. You know what? Yeah, DOS. I actually really like DOS because I can... Oh my God, I can't believe I'm going to say this. I write batch programs in DOS. Okay. Anyway, what is this Clark equals Windows 3.1 and Clark equals DOS? Forget all you people.
Yo, the Hot Glass Pickers, that's Tommy, UEK, man. He's in the FEF chat. You were talking to him before. He's triple dipping, man. He's in the Discord, the Twitch, and K3FEF.
Yeah, the only window he's not in is the Get a Life window. And there you go, that shorted him out. Why are we doing this? Actually, this is kind of cool. I am all for integrating social media and amateur radio. Another ding. Yeah, you're good. And yes, Rob, I am dropping off the Murphy tomorrow. See, now I can't tell which ding is which. Oh, you are dingy. Let's mail him a printed copy. What? Clark OS. Giant from Jax. Is that Jacksonville, Florida? Making sense now. 808 Clark. Hey, right, okay, YC156, 808 Clark. Funny you should say that. That's my 11 meter. All right, I can't go any further with that. Yeah, 808, boy, I've given those numbers out a lot on 11 meters.
Well, this chat moves, Clark, and now that you've declined coming in here to read it yourself, I'm just going to have to text you every single time there's enough content there to, like, fill up a text message.
Commodore Clark. What about funny? What about Clark equals trash 80? You know, oh, all right, I've got some, and Jacksonville, yeah. I know all your CB handles. No, you don't. YC. You don't. You don't know my... No, you now know my sideband handle. You do not know my AM handle. So, they're different. And a little fun story here, a trivia for you guys. And I'll ask Bill because I have to have someone legit to talk to. What was what product did Radio Shack sell that was their number one revenue generating product? What was like just blew all sales records for Radio Shack? What like catapulted them into being super amazing mega sales revenue company? What was the product, the number one, and then I'm going to ask you what the number two product is. What was the number one product?
5/8 wave CB antennas.
No, but ask your Twitch fans and see what they say. And no, not tubes or batteries. This would be a, I'll give you a hint, it was a fairly it could be very expensive, but there was something, the number one thing, the thing that made Radio Shack's revenues just explode. It was like the best thing ever that they got into selling.
What?
And I mean by miles, and not, what is this, tubes and batteries. Didn't I already say no to that? Oh, all right, well, N1ALF has got the correct answer, but I'm not going to read it on the air because I'll give the Billy Twitch fans a chance to answer.
I gotta go take a pee. I'll be right back. You give a little time for people to throw their answers in.
Oh my God, YC156. YC156. What kind of CIA spook are you? Daniel Knoll. See, I don't know what the hell goes through your head there, YC156, but I know that name also. I'm curious why you know that name. And no, not the lifetime 6L62 or 6LQ6s. No. All right. Well, your leader there is going to go relieve himself. So I'm going to give you the answer. Are you ready? The number one revenue generating product for Radio Shack was bum 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 CB radios. Yes. The TRS, and that's what made me, or TRC, I'm sorry, not TRS's computer. The TRC series products. The Radio Shack made whatever they were making in the early 70s was completely blown out of the water by their CB radio sales in the late 70s. That one product was like everything. Now that brings us to number two. What was the number two biggest revenue generating product for Radio Shack? I don't have a number three. Rob says police scanners. I don't know. That's not the answer to number two. That might have been a big deal, but the thing is, Bearcat was big on that also, and I think Lafayette scanners were a big deal. But no, it was what is this? So Bill's sending me screenshots. 0M400 Stardusters. What is that? Is that an antenna? I don't know. This, and I was radio 80 years ago. I am not. Don't be embarrassed. Radio Shack was kick-ass. He had dog food. Dog food. No, Radio Shack did not make their most money selling dog food. Mobile phones. No, believe it or not. And not TV antennas. You would think that Radio Shack would have been perfect for selling mobile phones, and no, it didn't work out. Just as Radio Shack was starting to get good, the carrier started opening up their own stores. So you start to have the Sprint stores and the Verizon stores and stuff like that. So Radio Shack started to do a lot of heavy sales, but no. So, all right, I'm going to unkey and see if anyone's got any ideas. All right, so CB radio is the number one biggest revenue generator from Radio Shack. Number two, I'll give you a hint. God, listen to this. You ready for the hint? The hint is the number two thing came right after the CB radio craze. TRC is realistic brand. CB radios like Radio Shack's last mini mobiles were realistic made and rebranded under Radio Shack's name. I believe that the Radio Shack CB radios were made by Uniden, at least the one that I've got here. I have a TRC 457, which was made by Uniden, but it was made by Uniden, but it was made for Radio Shack to be under their Navajo line. But realistically, get it? I didn't do that on purpose. It was manufactured at the Uniden factories, and then it was branded for Radio Shack. Come on, you guys. Number two, what is it?
Oh my God, we're gonna have to turn in our Navajo CB radios, Clark. They're no longer politically correct.
What about their trash 80 computer?
There you go. Tim Tron gets the prize. You're right. The number two biggest revenue generating product for Radio Shack was their computer line, the TRS-80 and its accessories. There you go. There, and that ends the N1 BCG trivia contest for tonight.
But Radio Shack managed to drive itself into the ground again.
Yeah, and I've got a whole stack of Radio Shack Battery Club cards here. What am I going to do?
Well, you put them in a glass jar, dig a hole in the ground, bury them, and then as you become a feeble old buzzard, you dig them up, and if there is eBay still then, you put them up on eBay. You know, ancient Radio Shack, battery cards. Collect them all.
Collect them all. I actually have some that aren't filled out. Now, those are real collector's items.
Yep, unmolested. It's just like buying a vintage radio still in the original box.
You know what was fun about working at Radio Shack?
What?
I could go in the back on the manager's computer, and granted, this is 10 years ago, and look up the markup on any given product that they sold at Radio Shack. And they allowed that because, sometimes you would want to give a discount, and you'd see how deep of a discount you could go before you stop making money. And oh my God, the markups were bad on that stuff, especially the electronic components. It was typically about 2,000 to 3,000% markup.
I figure as much. Like all those little friggin' diodes and LEDs, resistors and condensers.
Yeah.
Right this second, and you wanted to finish your project today, it was worth it.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I mean, it was nice for that, but if you were, just starting out in electronics like I was in college, I didn't know anything, and I went to Radio Shack to get, resistors and diodes and stuff like Timmy mentioned, and, I got, a couple of things, and they rang me up, and it was, $47 and something cents. I was like, what? I can't afford this. Building electronics from scratch is too expensive. I'm just going to buy stuff.
Yeah, you just go down to the local dump and get a piece at carcasses and strip them for parts. That's what I used to do.
Yeah, you have to have a whole house filled with junk.
Yep, and then put down and toss the metal carcasses in a pile in the back.
I think Billy's up on that now.
Yeah, I finally figured that out. I have an entire room of my house filled with surplus TV transmitter crap, and it's invaluable. I basically half of my station is Comark parts and Larkan parts and this and that, and thank God I have an entire room of my house filled with all that stuff, because otherwise I'd have to go to Radio Shack and pay a 3,000% markup. I'm being serious.
Yep. Well, I hear you there. You know what they say, one of Radio Shack's later advertising campaigns. You have questions, I have blank stares.
Oh, you're too very weak.
H-L-R.
W2BTK. Clark?
What?
Hi.
Nice to know you're there.
Nice to know that, you're totally giving the cold shoulder to all these people who are just so excited that at the prospect that you might show up in the chat, thanks for letting them all down.
Right, as they all got to hear on live radio, it didn't work 6 times when I tried it. And then I said, why don't you be the proxy and you can represent your nervous Twitch viewers and you won't do it. So who's the slighter here?
Oh man, well, there's Jim FYC, and his call sign is November 0 Charlie Alpha Lima Lima.
Yeah.
Terry PFY's license expired and he renewed it. And they gave him a new call. I think it was KA2 or KC2FYC. Say, fresh young chicken.
That's almost as bad as his toilet avatar.
Yeah.
At least his name isn't Sniff My Balls on social media.
I think Sniff My Beers.
Timmy, that was my name on Twitch for like 3 months before I changed it to Amateur Radio.
I like it. Sniff My Balls.
This is a good one.
And it was spelled right.
I know. Hey, look, I can change my name in 5 days. I'm thinking either Amateur Radio TV or Amateur Radio BTK. I don't know which one's better.
Amateur Radio TV is better.
Well, that's probably what it's going to be. And somebody's probably going to take that name now. But, hopefully that doesn't happen.
I know you already reserved that stuff before you would mention it. I know you're smarter than that.
You can't. You really can't. I put myself out there.
Oh, then maybe somebody from Foreland will take it then.
Probably. I think that they honestly, and I hate to be controversial and say stuff that, isn't nice on the air, but I really, really think that they all just want to suck my dick. I mean, honestly, if I just whipped it out and let them go at it, I think it would solve a lot of problems.
Is that how you really feel?
Yeah, honestly, they want to see my penis, and I might as well just show it to them.
I'll take a selfie of it and hang it.
I honestly think that would solve problems.
Well, I'm certainly not going to touch that.
Yeah, I wouldn't either, but apparently, there's a lot of people out there in Foreland that I think that that's what they want to do.
Well, I don't know about that.
Maybe they just want to sniff my balls.
You never know who might want to. Are you guys hearing that splatter?
Yeah, I've been hearing it all night. I was running about 30 kc wide about 2 hours ago, and nobody cared.
Yeah, well, it seems like every night here is a bit of a splatter battle, so I decided to up the ante and run a little bit of soup.
Yeah, it works. You're head and shoulders above that stuff here. It's not really that loud. I don't know what happened to that guy's signal, but it ain't what it used to be. Thank God for small favors.
Yep. Yeah. Lately I've been getting up on 40 meters. I spent part of the afternoon there, part of the morning there, and this evening I came in the room as near sunset. The receiver was all tuned up. Turned up the gain, and there was a QSO on 90, so I flipped on the forward switch of the Lumigo, and there you go. Different mentality and a lot quieter.
Oh, that's nice. I'm glad you're having fun elsewhere. That's the way to do it. Gotta be frequency agile.
You gotta mix it up. Spread one's influence.
Speaking of that, I mean, I'm having trouble tuning up Big Blue on 40 meters. I'm an amateur, I really want to think that I could do it myself, but I tried a couple times now and I failed.
Yeah, maybe something stupid is wrong. Have to make a personal appearance.
Yeah, that thing should go up on 40.
It's worked Japan on 40.
It does. I've seen it tunes up great on 40. It's just I'm I'm not like that good at finding the resonance. I don't know. Like I need to. I'm new at this stuff.
Well, you pick it up, you know, a little bit of drive, bring the plate voltage down, and give you plenty of time to fiddle fart around with it. And, get things in place. And the best way to tune up an amplifier is the way the good buddies do. And peak for absolute maximum monkey swing on the channel, Cammy.
Yeah, well, I'm bad appliance operator. What can I say?
Who knows, man? Maybe something stupid. Maybe the clip is something's leaning on something on the coil. You never know. If you can't figure it out, I know you know how to do it. If you're saying you're having problems, then don't try it again. We'll figure out what the problem is.
You guys have wonderful lives.
It is a wonderful life. No, I remember like when you were here and we were finding the different bands, like it took a minute. Like it took a lot of farting around and all this stuff. I just don't have the experience, you know, and I'm very timid while I'm doing it. I don't think that helps.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good thing because you don't want to launch anything. You know, that sucker will hold together for years and years and years without doing anything but cleaning it, and you know, something dumb happens maybe, but it's worth it. I would be very overcautious too. I am. I'm very cautious. What's my plate current? I haven't looked at it yet. Okay.
Is that power supply with variac on it or a means of dropping the plate voltage?
Yeah, the power supply's got 3,000 and 6,000.
And that tube must come to life with 6K on it. I said that tube must really come to life when the voltage up at 6K.
Oh yeah, it works much better. As a matter of fact, you shouldn't even try 3K. 3K is asking for trouble with too much grid current, and there's been people who have built amps that they only have 3 or 4K, and they'll swear up and down those tubes are crap. Matter of fact, we had that discussion on here with somebody not long ago. He's like, oh, those tubes are no good. Well, you don't know what you're doing.
Yep. What can I say? Not much. This is WA1H YLR at Scout Town.
W2 very weak on Beechwood Mountain.
W2 BTK on Montana Mountain. And I wonder what happened to Clark.
Case of another alien abduction.
Maybe. But yeah, I've never tried to run this amp on 3 kilovolt. Like, I just never even tried it.
Yeah, you can. You know, it'll work, but you know what the risk is, and you're better off with the 6 kV, even though the 3 kV changes the, there's a Zener string in there, the big power Zener diodes that are bolted. I don't know if you ever saw that. You probably didn't. Anyway, they're bolted to the chassis for heat sinking, and that changes when you change the plate voltage. It automatically changes the Zeners.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that. I mean, I had the front panels off. I've checked it all out, but there's a lot of stuff inside there that makes me scratch my head, man. Like, I'm not really trying to dive in and screw with anything. I just observe. It's a little bit above my pay grade at this point, but it works great. I mean, at 6 kilovolts, like, I barely see the grid current move ever. And then, I can get it to move. So I know that the meter is working fine, but like right now, it's like, I'm pretty sure it's not even moving. Like, I could go in there and key everything up and extend my mic out, which I've done, and just like, it doesn't move.
Yeah, well, that's design. There's a lot of things in there that are not your standard design by a long shot, as you know.
Yeah. I've tried to explain to Timmy before the dual plate transformer setup, and I think I did like a really bad job, but you're on the air right now.
Yeah, well, the way the plate voltage works in there is that the 3000 comes on. After everything warms up, you can bring the 3000 up. And if you're in 3000, if you're selected for 3000 plate volts, when you key up, nothing changes. But if you select 6000, it'll jump up to 6,000 and then go back down to 3,000 when you go in to receive. So the B plus is on, but it cuts the bleeder burn down by obviously 75% when you're receiving. So between the very modest heater burn on there and the very modest bleeder burn, it's like a much smaller amplifier as far as what you're wasting. And of course, all that stuff has to be timed very carefully, or it won't work. But there's two plate transformers, and they're 110 volt primaries, and there's an old distribution transformer. Actually, came out of an RCA 1D. There's one of those on. It goes across both of the primaries, so you select either 250 volts across the whole thing with that RCA, I guess it's an auto transformer you'd call it. It's got a ton of taps. I'm just using the center tap. Anyway, and then in the 3000 you put 125 volts across the whole string. So that's it. It's a Power T368 oil filled, and there's a full wave bridge around the secondary, and it's got a giant Wilcox swinging choke in there, and a photo flash capacitor off of a tower. So I think it might be 100 microfarads at 7,500 volts, or 75 microfarads at 10 kV. I don't remember the rating on that cap anymore. I got that thing back probably almost 30 years ago. So that's one of the unusual weird things that's in there. And it's been playing since, that thing, it played very well. It was built as a 20 meter monobander. And that thing's worked all over the place. Like, all over the place.
Yeah, whatever. It's called Papa Smurf, and it makes people cry. That's what I know.
Yeah, some of them anyway.
I've heard that I'm 60 dB over S9, and it's been described as appalling.
Anyway, I'm zoning out. This guy's going to bed. I'll see many of you guys later. Damn it. And that's not from the 811 rig either. That's WA1HLR.
I was gonna say, is it the 811 rig? Man, I guess not. That's cool. Just naturally tired. I miss the 811 rig, Timmy. I miss it a lot. It's been over a month now, and I don't know. Like, they're really cramping my lifestyle here with all this work crap. I wish that, you know, like, I was free to just do what I want on the weekends without repercussions. But that's not the way the world works. That's not the way these tests work. I wish that there was a better way, but there's not. So I've actually got like a little bit of a gut now, because I've been, like, you know, drinking stuff, and it's like, this is not as good for you. It's really, really not.
A gut. Yeah, I've been trying to lose mine for about 25 to 30 years. It's slowly shrinking.
When I say gut, I mean, like, there's like a tiny little bit of like you can't see my rib bones as well. Like, I haven't been able to gain weight my whole life, but there's just like a little bit of extra stuff there, I've noticed. And it's totally from drinking.
Yeah, when I was younger, I generally, when I got into my early 20s, and life was good. I got together with a woman, became my first wife, and mother of my son and all that, you know, we'd go shopping, or she'd go shopping, and always had some beer in the frig, and I'd sit down and throw the radio and class a cold one, and if I had the 811 rig, I'd fire that up too. It got to be just something, you know, to relax with, as well as to add to the radio experience. And over the years, putting on a little bit more weight. That's the problem with beer. It's very fattening. For wine, well, you know, that's not a whole lot better, because it turns into sugar. Well, here comes Kiddikins the chef. He comes in. He probably munches on his food, and then he wants to go out. He's been out all evening and trying to keep him in sometimes. But that's the thing, you know,
I don't know what this thing doing.
Power up the 811 ring on Saturdays when I do the radio show and have some red stuff, sonny.
Oh, there's a lot of red stuff going on here. I heard Daryl in there, and it's funny. The Kittykins wandered up just as my cat wandered up. She's interested in what's going on over here. For some reason, Timmy, whenever you're on the air, the cat comes around.
Jeez, I guess my voice attracts the shats.
I don't know what it is. She wants to. She's like she's a big fan, I guess. I don't know. She listens to you all the time. But is that Daryl?
Yes. And here I am.
Yeah, good evening, Daryl. I didn't hear you break in. Must have been hiding under a rock or something.
Well, you know, Tim, this thing is piss weak. You know, I don't know what this thing doing. Well, it's sounding good, Tim, so, I don't know what this thing doing.
Well, you're not piss weak up here. You're doing all right.
All right, I hear that. For an old transmitter.
Yeah, well, this is one of my little transmitters as well. Oh, it seems like the mechanical buzz from the antenna changeover relay seems to have quieted down a little bit. Another thing to fix.
Yeah, you gotta have a little buzz in there. Hold on, do I got buzz? Yeah, it's phase modulated buzz, the cool kind.
Yeah, the only buzz I should catch is a buzz and not the gear.
Well, you sit way back from your mic, Timmy, don't you? And you gain that thing up maybe about a foot or two away. I think I remember you saying. I close talk my mic all the time, leave the gain low. Just habit from mixing live bands, really, like where the lead vocalist is standing in front of a drum kit, and the cymbals are about 2.5 to 3 foot away from the lead vocal mic. So I would basically tell the singer, eat the mic. I'm not gonna gain it up like crazy. Don't pull it away from your face when you like all that fancy stuff when you hit certain notes and stuff. Just get up on the mic and stay there, and that's how I've always run my stuff.
Yes, cornhole, the microphonium. Yeah, typically 8-10 inches a foot. That's about where I'm at. Well, record condenser microphoniums, you want to maintain the distance, because if I get up on this thing, they're very sensitive to breath pops, and I like having the room ambiance. It seems as though if you run the gain up and get back from the microphonium a bit and try and keep a fairly level voice, the overall average seems greater.
I gotta experiment with that. See, I've always EQ'd out the frequency response so that I'm literally right on top of my mic right now, and that's how it's EQ'd. I've got a lot of low end pulled out for proximity effect and stuff like that. Big old pop filter on there. Let me try something. I'm gonna back off it and give it some gain, and I'll watch the scope to try to get the same pattern. Hold on a second here. So, all right, now I'm about a foot away from the microphonium right now, and it looks like there's a little bit of room ambiance being modulated, but hold on, oh yeah, look at all that crap getting modulated, and now I'm about 2 feet away from the mic. That just doesn't sound good. I can tell from the way the scope pattern looks.
Well, actually, the audio characteristics didn't change drastically at all, but, you hear the blower noise and room ambiance and all that kind of thing there.
Yeah, it is a condenser microphonium that I'm using over here.
Yep. When I do the radio show, I tend to close talk. I have 2 microphoniums, an RE20 and a Heil PR40, and I have each one positioned on either side of my mouth by a couple of 3 inches. And, it's a different mentality, but I keep an eye on the scopey-dope and make sure everything is copacetic. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. It's 11:11. I went to bed around 10 o'clock last night. We'll see you guys later. We'll see you later as well, Daryl. I'm gonna get on out.
Hey, thanks for the follow, bud. All right, Timmy, we'll catch you later, man. Nice catching you out here. I'm about to hit the 5 hours of operating mark. We're at 4 hours, 53 minutes, and 26 seconds.
Yeah, when I was younger, yup. Well, I was up on 40 meters with a buddy of mine for about 2.5 hours, which is the longest in a long time.
Somebody posted something about that. I think in my Discord channel, they were like, "Man, I hear Timmy on 40 meters, and he's been talking for almost 10 minutes straight."
Well, when I get together with Eric, WB2CAU, it's just a one-on-one, and he asks me a bunch of questions, and he's busy doing things while listening, and I think I made a transmission about 45 minutes in the length.
Holy crap!
Yeah, when you're nursing at the TIP, the Timtron Institute of Technology, the radio professor is professing.
I like that, man. You're one of the only guys I know who can even do that. W2BTK.
No, believe me, there's others.
W2 very weak.
Dave.
All right, we'll catch you later, Timmy. Enjoy. Have a good sleepy time. We'll hold it down.
Yeah, hold it down to the ground. See you all.
Take it easy, Timmy.
Later.
Heard Daryl in there. Daryl sounded like audio sounded like he has stuffed up nose, maybe like working outside or something in the weather. I don't know. Maybe it's just a band. That's what it sounded like here.
No, I probably was too far back. I wasn't looking into the mic. I don't know. How you doing, Dave? Sounding terrific down here.
Yeah, that's better. That's the Daryl I'm used to listening to. Maybe had a long day. Thanks for the report. Yeah, you're very strong here. You're 45 over, guess 9 on my receiver. And I just calibrated the thing back in 2005, so it should still be good. Anyway, yeah, that's a good signal. Good local signal. Good to hear you on here. Looks like Billy had a fun night on the air.
Billy had fun all the time. All right, I'm good down here. I'll listen in for a little bit. And my scope is everything looking okay here. Wow. All right then. I'll unkey this little monster.
Yeah, you gotta let that thing warm up.
Oh yeah. In about another 2 minutes, it'll be right there.
Well, yeah, I've been operating for almost 5 hours now. 4 hours, 57 minutes, and 23 seconds. So, I was talking to Clark for a while. We're going back and forth with the chats. And then he kind of disappeared. I don't know what happened. But Clark, yeah. Oh my God. Would you guys accept some third-party traffic? There's somebody in my chat saying Clark could be having fun with us, but he's scared.
You think Clark is scared to have fun?
I don't know.
Yeah, anyway, Daryl, that's an industrial strength RF coming out of your station there. Well done.
Well, appreciate that. It was it took me a good while to get it right, but it's okay. I can't do nothing else to this thing. But I'm glad it's okay now.
Wrong with that. All you gotta do now is durability test it, man. You know, you gotta get on here and make a 20-minute old buzzard transmission.
Ooh. I thought about getting up early and get on the old military net. I think they still do that. I don't know. I think they still do that every Saturday. I gotta get up 5 in the morning and see if they still out there. Do they still do that, you know?
Yeah, those guys are on there. A great bunch of guys, too. They've been doing that for years. I haven't checked into that net since 2003, which is about right before I got rid of my last military transmitter. So, yeah, but they're still there.
Oh, okay. All right. Maybe I'll wake up. I get up early because I got to cut the grass, and it's going to be like 92, 93 down here. I think Sunday, 95. So I think I'm going to get up like 7, get out there and cut, do a little trimming of the grass, and for that real intense heat. But sounded real good, Dave.
Yeah, thank you. Just run my old Johnson 5. Well, it's going to be buggy out there, so you get yourself some of that DEET, you know. The DEET, the active ingredient in all the really good bug stuff. I mean, I've been using that for years, and I'm fine, yeah.
KB3RQU test.
You use that bug spray stuff to defog your headlights, too.
Now, is a KB3 in there?
Yeah, KB3RQU testing.
That's a long call sign.
Yeah, I'd like to get a shorter one. I'm going to expand my horizons a little bit, get the extra class. How you copying? The name here is Scott. Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango Tango in Altoona, Pennsylvania. How copy?
We got a strong signal here, Scott, near Toms River, New Jersey on Beechwood Mountain. Audio's okay. It's a little but the adjustment is close enough. Name is Dave, Delta Alpha Victor Echo, W2 very weak. How you hearing him, Billy?
I'm hearing him okay.
Right, I didn't copy any call signs. I just jumped in here. Didn't mean to bust up your fuse now. Just I haven't fired up the AM rig in quite a while. I get tied up during the COVID. Well, the short wave bands were sucky there for a while, so I get tied up in DMR. And it's really nice to get back here on shortwave.
Roger. Well, it's working anyway. You got a big signal out here. Station that reaches the beaches. That's you.
All right, I appreciate it. I'll turn it back over to you guys. I think I heard Timmy in there earlier. WA1HLR, if you remember. Good to hear you again. I don't know if you remember me or not. We used to talk from time to time. It's good to hear all you guys in here, and good to hear maybe that the shortwave bands are coming back. KB3RQU.
Roger, Scott. Take care. See you next time. So is that thing warmed up there, Daryl?
let's see there. Let me look at the peak meter. Oh, about 110. Wow. Yeah, I think she's up there now. Looking at the scope, 100%. No. Yeah. I think everything is good. I'm using a 7300 for VFO and Lou driver. I'm not using the Yaesu, but I've been experimenting with the 7300. I got for a gift for putting up a dipole antenna about a month ago. But I'm using this 7300, and the receive in this thing is out of sight.
Out of sight, yeah. That's great. Yeah, a lot of people love those transceivers. They're so popular. I never had my hands on one. Actually, I haven't even seen one yet, but I've been hearing about them. I'm waiting to wear mine out. The ashtray's not full yet. So, yeah, that's a good way to go, you know. You use that for an exciter. It makes life a lot easier. Really does. Right now I'm using my internal VFO, and the rig is across the room, and it's on top of a 6-foot rack. So it's really no fun to go over there and zero beat and all that stuff. And Billy over there, he's got to actually walk into another room to zero beat people. That's not going to last too much longer, Billy, is it?
Well, once I get this signal generator on the air, then, I mean, it's right in front of my face. That'll be pretty cool. I feel like I'll be using that a lot.
Yeah, man, you're going to have complex modulation going on here. Man, you should see this thing, Daryl, that Billy's got over there. It looks like it looks like it was in a space shuttle.
Oh, wow, space shuttle. Yeah, I think one night I was on one of his, I think it was on, something popped up on my Facebook. I seen him going through his thing and talking and all that. And I gotta find out where he be having all that stuff at. I am talking about it, but I gotta check him out one day and see some of that stuff he got. But I had to leave this station downstairs. My other equipment is upstairs, and man, I'd love to have it just upstairs, but can't get it up there. Too heavy. Don't want to go up there with it. But sound good. He always sound good too. But his Johnson, that thing is, wow, super loud. But I don't know. I might put one of my old Johnson Valley on maybe tomorrow. But see, it's upstairs, so I can't I'm gonna have to sting the coax and all that mess. A little headache, but I don't know. I might just do it tomorrow sometime. But Billy, like I said, if you ever need a transformer or something go wrong, I got this spare one down here.
You know, the only thing that's gone wrong with this Viking 2 is the damn little light bulb for the filament light. It keeps going out. But I ordered myself like a 10-pack of those, and I put a little resistor in there to swamp it down a bit. So it hasn't gone out again on me. We'll see how many years that lasts. But like literally, I've just been turning this thing on and talking on it, and all has been good. I'm knocking on wood right now.
I hear that. I remember when I first got mine, it must have been like 10, 15 years ago. And one night I was I was talking on it, and next thing I know, just smoke came out of there. Man, black smoke. I thought the thing was on fire. I shut it off, felt the transformer. It was so hot, I don't know what the hell happened. And the next day, I cut that thing on, it came on. I keyed it, started talking on it, and never done that before. I said, they got some real strong transformers in it. But boy, that night, I really like freaked out with all that black smoke.
It's hard to kill a good Johnson.
You hear that?
Hey, Dave, you got a waterfall running right now?
No, I do not. The only waterfall I got running is the one on your Twitch thing.
Ah, crap. What about you, Daryl? You looking at like a waterfall spectrum display?
Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah. I got on this 7300.
All right, let me try something. I gotta patch a couple of XLRs around, but I'm gonna try to draw a smiley face in your waterfall display there. All right.
Okay. I see it. I see two of them. Yeah, that was real cool.
You like that?
Oh yeah, how the hell you do that?
That's well, I'm just doing that with the Johnson Viking 2. That's just regular AM, and it mirrors either side. That's why you saw two of them. I can't do complex AM with this thing right now, but yeah, it's a program called MATLAB, and I generated an audio file that'll just draw whatever I want. I got one that'll do my call sign too.
Yeah, that's neat. Wow.
Can you get one that gives me tomorrow's winning lottery number? Have you got that?
No, you gotta ask Clark for that.
Yeah, something, Daryl, all smoke coming out, and this thing turned on the next day.
Couldn't kill it. And you know that thing still works as of today? I never had that problem. That thing still works, man. Wow. Man. Boy, I got all these boat anchors here, man. I remember down here in Jersey, it was a place called Denellen, New Jersey. And they used to have big hamfests. And I used to walk by the boat anchors and like, there's nothing. Looking at them, like, nah, ain't too heavy. And I start collecting them things. Collins, Johnson, Viking 1s, 2s. But man, my place, boy, I always remember that was my first place I brought a boat anchor from. Man, no hamfests anytime soon. Boy, I'm gonna miss a hamfest this year.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing about Denellen was that pavement there, it could get pretty hot. You ever see a real handsome looking guy take a boat anchor and throw up on his shoulder, one shoulder at Denellen, and put it in his car?
No, they did what with a boat anchor?
A real handsome looking guy. He used to go there and throw a boat anchor up on one shoulder and carry it off to his car like a barrel, pull up on one shoulder and walk by, shake somebody's hand with the other and say, I gotta go to my car. You ever see that?
No.
Me then at the Hamfest.
throwing a dead carry on you. Carry, a real strong carry down here.
That was an ID. Oh, yeah, VW. Yeah. That carrier, I can't compete with that.
Nah, Daryl, that was me. I'm trying to throw my call sign out there. Just wait. You gotta wait like a second before the audio starts or whatever. I'm gonna go switch the XLRs back, and I'll throw my carrier out there in your waterfall. All right. Did you see that?
Not inside. I'm still looking.
That was kind of light. I don't know if the level was good, but it came across in your waterfall on the Twitch.
Yeah, no, I don't have the right audio adapters. I'm actually using a DI as an adapter here, and I think I lose a lot of level there. So it's only about 20% modulated, but that's just because I don't have the correct adapters to send the right audio level to the modulator. I could go in the back and jack up the modulator, and then it would come out nice, but then it would screw up my audio for when I switch back to talking. So I don't have it set up right. I'm just doing like some random testing.
Yeah, I get it. You'll get it ironed out. It works great. You've probably been up since 3 o'clock this morning, so it's not worth busting anything.
I'll be right back. Wifey called me upstairs. I'll be right back.
Yeah, Darryl, I'll see you later. I'm going to check out of here. Nice talking to you. Yeah, same thing, Billy. Talk to you guys next time. 73. And have a good night. Enjoy tomorrow. Nice summer day there. W2 very weak.
Yeah, all right, guys. Sounds like a plan. I'm probably going to do the same thing. I've been operating for like 5 hours, 16 minutes, and 7 seconds, so it's about time to pack it in. So, pleasure catching you guys out here. Real good stuff. I'll catch you next time. W2BTK.
Good night. W2 very weak. Over, off, and clear. You hear?
Alright, guys. Alright, no problem. I might be out here another 10, 15. I don't know. So we'll talk again. Another day, another way. This is kHz, your blast from the gas station. I can hear the station, but you're very weak. I can't pull out what you're saying, but I'll try to pull you in. This is KD2AFL. I'm standing by.
Yeah, that was W2UED. I heard you saying hello real quick before I jump out of here.
Yeah, good evening, Billy. Yeah, it's W1. Whiskey 1, the one-lander, W1UED, here in beautiful Terryville, Connecticut. Also known as the Super Millennial Ham. I finally got a chance to jump in here on the Piss Week ICOM.
Oh, nice, dude. Nice. Well, hey, thanks, and thanks for hanging out in the Twitch chat. Glad you found the channel there. I do this like every weekend, a live stream or whatever. But yeah, real cool, man. Nice to say hello. And I got you W1UED.
Yes, sir. The old usually eats dinner. Yeah, very good. Yeah, I've been working for a few hours there, doing my millennial thing, watching my 3D printer print, and listening to you guys, chew the fat around here. So, yeah, I'll let you guys go, and I'll pop in again sometime soon. So have a good night. I'm going to go upstairs, too. I'm going to go topside. The old lady went to bed a few hours ago. I've just been, stuttering around the ham shack here. So have a good night, guys. And yeah, Billy, I'll watch your Twitch stream again there next weekend, or if you're on there. Maybe I'll even get on mine and put the old rice box up there, see how we can do. So W2BTK, and I didn't get the station bar. I am W1UED.
Yeah, all right. And just so you know, you got a real good signal here. You're like over 50 dB SNR, so very strong copy here. Awesome, man. Well, hey, I'll follow you on Twitch and see when you go live. I'll probably do another live stream tomorrow night. So usually these days I'm working full time now, 10-hour days. I don't have a lot of free time during the week, but Thursday nights, Friday nights, and Saturday nights are my streaming nights. So yeah, cool, man. We'll catch you tomorrow maybe, but yeah, I'll give you a follow there on Twitch and check out what you got. So real cool catching you out here on the air. Love talking to people via RF, especially if they're into Twitch. So yeah, I'll catch you later, man. W1UED, W2BTK. Catch you later.
The 73s.
All right, guys. Another 5-hour stream for you. Oh, 25 watts. Damn, bro. Yeah, you're making a hell of a signal over here for 25 watts. You probably strap everybody. At least in my receive, you ran a little more than that. That's impressive. 7300 sounds pretty good too. Very cool, man. Very cool. So, yeah, guys, nice 5-hour stream for you. 5 hours and 20 minutes. Look at that. So, I'm going to do this again tomorrow. Get you tomorrow night if you're around, if you guys want to hang out. I'm going to be streaming again. So, look for me there. You know all the end of stream crap. Follow the Twitch if you're not following. Check out the YouTube channel. Boop, right there by my finger. I upload all kinds of crap. All these live streams go up on YouTube, as many of you know. I make other content too every once in a while when I got time. So, if you know anybody who's like semi-interested in ham radio or whatever, send them this way. Let them check it out. That's really the main reason why I do this. I'd love to get people interested in this hobby. So try to present it in a fun way on a platform that is popular with younger people. And that's the whole point of all of this. So, if you know anybody who might enjoy this stuff, tell them about it. And hopefully we can get them interested. So with that, I will catch y'all later. I'm just going to shut this stream down and go to bed. I'm out of wine, so that's no fun. Anyway, guys, thanks for hanging out with me. I hope you had fun. And hey, 7-3 O'Hara. We'll catch you. And yep, do this again tomorrow night. Peace out, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Hey, Super Millennial, man. Nice talking to you on the air, too. I hope you pop in, too. Daryl said you were a little weak. You were not weak here. That was a hell of a signal for 25 watts. I am impressed. So, yeah, definitely don't be a stranger. All right, guys. Peace out. We'll see you soon. And, I should mention the Discord channel. If you want to, you guys want to keep chatting after I shut down the stream, join the Discord. There's a link down in the About section. If you click on that, you find the Discord link, and there's a lot of good people in there. If you want to keep chatting after the stream. So with that, I'll see you later, guys. Peace out.